from our own internal collation of the election results indicates that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately
regions are waiting to look at it.
I said during the signing of the Peace Pact, that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. These are our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do, but we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation. To the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, I know the feeling hurts, given that this is not the result you worked for. I know you would feel there is darkness ahead. That is natural, especially when in all sincerity you gave the assignment your all. But I assure you that we will regroup and come back even stronger. We will take stock of events and pick lessons to guide us going forward. In the interim, I urge you all to look into the future with optimism and hope. We may have lost the battle, but not the war. Let me also use this occasion to congratulate all MPs elect, with special emphasis on those from the MPP side. I would like to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, for his support and guidance over the years. As Vice President and during the 2024 electioneering campaign, I would like to thank my wife, Haja Samira Bawumia, who has gone over and above the call of duty in her support for me. My thanks also go to my children, my brothers and sisters, and the entire Bawumia family for their support. I also thank my running mate, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, and his wife Alma, for their strong support in this campaign. I am eternally grateful to our revered traditional rulers, religious leaders, and the generality of Ghanaians for their support. I thank former President Kufuor, the Council of Elders, executives, and the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party for their solid support. To all Ghanaians who voted for me and the MPP to implement our proposed bold solutions, I thank you for the confidence you reposed in us. To all Ghanaians who didn't vote for me and the MPP in this particular election, I thank you for considering my proposals, even though you exercised your right to choose by settling on the eventual winner. Let me also thank the Electoral Commission for overseeing yet another transparent and fair election in Ghana. I also thank the security services for their role in maintaining the peace. My thanks also goes to the media for their excellent reportage. Ghana has won. Thank you very much, and may God bless you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Well, should I say that what a relief of a sort? Yes,
he's actually won the respect of many by
the
entire
Ghana will be we're proud. So that's the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Okay, so we understand that former President John Mahama. Okay. I thought it was his feet actually. So who might not even know what. Yes. So Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who is the candidate of the New Patriotic Party in the presidential election, 2024 presidential election, has held a press conference, addressed the media and the Ghanaians as a whole, conceding defeat to NDC's John Dramani Mahama. And he has said that he has called former President John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him on his election as President of the Republic, even as we await the declaration by the EC. According to him, the results that the NPP has collated based on the data that they have indicate that former President John Dramani Mahama and the NDC have won the presidency, and so he has called him to congratulate him. And one important thing that he mentioned in his address is that there will be a smooth transition of power. He's not going to interfere in that. And also, you know, asked the party, I mean, he congratulated the party and said that they have fought a good fight. It's just that things didn't go the way they wanted it, and so they look forward to the next election. And former President John Dramani Mahama has also tweeted confirming that indeed the presidential candidate of the NPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has called to congratulate him. He said, "I have this morning received a congratulatory call from my brother, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, following my emphatic victory in Saturday's election. Thank you, Ghana." And that's a simple message over there, and you know, proud of Ghana and the respect that people have for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will go up, certainly, because this it's when the EC has not even, you know, come out to declare, because mostly we see some of these addresses when the EC comes out with their results, and then you hear people call and say, you know, concede defeat. But here is the case that even when we were, the last time we went to the EC, our reporter was telling us that there is no, you know, clear indication, and in fact the EC is at the collation center. They are yet to
they're still waiting for more results,
more of the results.
Yeah.
So it's actually, for me, it's actually a good thing for the democracy of the country.
It's actually also showcase political maturity, by conceding defeat to for a peaceful transition of power to the NDC. But I want to pass a bit of a little comment when it comes to the EC. EC, I don't know whether to say they've been. I'm a bit disappointed because they are not coming up with information. They're supposed to be updating Ghanaians. Unfortunately,
it's the reason I said that it's a relief, because you know, when the videos that we saw, you could see people agitated. They
so
want to hear something. There's so much tension, and so when you have a leader come out to say that even though the EC, we are waiting for the EC per our data, we have lost the election and so we are conceding defeat, that it quenches the tension, because what are you fighting for? If you are a member of the party, you don't love the party more than the leader of the party. So, you know, I think it's a good thing.
And you see, this is what I picked from this address. First of all, a timely address, very timely, from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, extremely timely, because around this time,
okay, Eche, kindly hold on. So we have scenes from the NDC party office after Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the presidential candidate of the NPP, conceded defeat. And so we cross over to the NDC party office. These are visuals from there. So you can see scenes from the NDC headquarters, our party office. Some people in jubilant mood, others shedding tears. They call it tears of joy. They are excited that their party is back at the presidency. After being in opposition for 8 years and having been able to bring back the former president, John Dramani Mahama, who served one term in office, and now to say bye-bye to the presidency for Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to finish the second term. And so those were scenes from there. We'll continue to bring you some visuals and some reactions. Obviously, around this time, there will be lots of congratulatory messages, responses from some people. Okay, so we go back to...
We were not just vigilant. This time we are vigilant enough.
I'm not too sure who is speaking, but it looks like... Is it Fifi bouncing I'm seeing?
No, we're just waiting for the official results to declare. But once Dr. Bawumia has conceded, we are done. So we don't have any problem. We are done. So this is currently live pictures coming to you from the national headquarters of so these are live access, Jubilation, and the national headquarters of the National Democratic Congress. Just about to go off. It's a fire access. Yeah. The wild celebrations ongoing in the national headquarters of the National Democratic Congress. Support Jubilant supporters of the party here. I am a damn and I so I'm not got to have another minute anymore. And I'm a catcher rabbit said. You need to cancel some Mama Winia. You call sorry, not Ghana. Maybe the Takra when you go to let me just Ghana. I'm telling you, it's yet but I'm not happy. Sir, I'm not going to move. I don't have job. So these are all supporters of the NDC. who are in very jubilant mode and can't seem to hide their excitement. This is just right after the national or the presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, Vice President Dr. Bawumia, in a live address to the nation, conceded defeat to former President John Dramani Mahama, the presidential candidate of the National Democratic Congress. Also said, hey, what's you? They know you power. They know you. Oh my head, I'm not here for you. This is our time. Our time is now. It's our time to move. Energy. They are giving from our They are giving from Thank you. So it is worth noting that one of the key policies of the National Democratic Congress going into the 2020 elections and even the 2024 election was the legalization of the other business, which is the commercial motorbike riding business. And so it is not surprising to see some of these motorbike riders turning in this wild celebration currently ongoing at the headquarters of the party. It's possible. Who you say about this? Oh, me, Captain Smart can tell me around 1 o'clock, and this is what we need. Captain Smart can tell me 1 o'clock, and this is what we need. It's in a minute, I'm in security. No more, I'm in security. We are well, sir. I have to have a real what another man knows to me. Takra. And I'm in my now. We are full night. I just TikTok. I shall never be free. We call NDC passport, Mr. Wishon. I'll say NDC, we need that. It is a question about it. But also, I want to say, Dr. Bawumia, to me, I consider it in terms of. Maybe I'm sure because I'm sure I'm going to share. I'm sure I'm at this one. Share the more. I mean, yeah, hope say. On me, can't take on 45%. True. Me check it on your own work. I check it there. And so, on him say, oh, Jomama, I win election. Of course, this is coming right after the concession speech or address by the presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, Vice President Dr. Bawumia, and this has come quite early in the day. So the jubilation is expected to carry on right through the day and even into the night. The day just started, so it's going to be quite a long day here for supporters of the National Democratic Congress Of course, this morning, the National Communications Officer of the party, Sammy Jemfi, held a press conference where he gave an update on the party's collation of results so far. And according to him, their collation so far, the former president of the party's presidential candidate is in fact cruising to victory with about 56% of votes accumulated so far out of the total votes. Total collected votes. And in terms of the parliamentary tool, he claims that based on the party's own statistics, the party has a resounding majority in the 9th parliament, talking about over 186 accumulated by the NDC and still counting. By nine, friends say, Bawumia ever consider Bromampa, already there than I say, already there than I say, the guy, you know, say, so I'm not some kind of thing, you know, I'm not about this, you're going to say, and you know, you're queer, found there at Tosimino, and I buy your bread, I want to be sano. And now to me, that Miss Fama, you were at it. Luckily, sir, maybe a night. They are security man, they are night. And Saturday, I am off day. And I want to also, it's Saturday. Like me, and then I sit about you. And now we are to say what I do to Bono. Also, and I say, what so I tell some I say, who open your book who them? Open your book who them? Why that to the experience driver? Make gentlemen be experience driver. And to why that to Mahama experience driver. I know I made. Why didn't so put him? Than I said, so why that to the brother Basso, 1 million son. Uncle, no question, offer Mahama, the Mahama train, no alternate also on the beat. But Dr. Bawumia, I consider defeat. Then I was expect to say MPP supporters need for all money. Oh, Bawumia, I consider their over consider almost a travel call. Oh, that's not call. You have to manage now, a quiet one. Okay, that's it. I told I get to money. I get to my passing here, our Ghana. Ghana, I know who have to get passing here. Why that to money? I'm not possible. And this Abamuda, MPP Abamuda, and this Yanaman, and this to me. And to more possible for Omunditum, South Navalo, now, Yatras as you do. Omu animal, Omu animal. Name my family, Omu MPP, Mammy and this me. Not to make us any separate, you know, Messiah Luciano. At the end, I have plus and and I can't afford. At the end, it's empty, silent. I had to say, Oba, I know Oku. At the entrance in the Omo, and I got a funny ass. And I got a funny ass. Madam, and also about, and I have to have a real and how to me that man that the vampire because me to me young family papa me and some me I have to be fun. It's where there and that be a same meta. I said when you see my year Papa when you are put you with me. First year in this sign out person will celebrate, sign out person will celebrate and this win. Let them me ask because as soon as you know your pet, then pay the papa. And you don't want to see that my papa or that way. Or no, our family, young papa, young papa. After the time that the results were taken in the GC and not declared some of the results, how are you? I know that NDC have won, including parliamentary or presidential. I know that NDC has won. So if the mention like or not, he should bring his husband and his family to deny us. We NDC will still declare ourselves, and nobody, no ministry, no police can do anything about it. So I'm very happy that John Mahama has won the election. It's been a very long night. Did you sleep? No, I never sleep. I was fully educated at the center. We went there, go to the collation center. We fight and fight and fight before we get the victory. So I'm happy to enjoy my victory. Obviously, time for celebration now. How do you intend to celebrate this victory in your own special way? Oh, and I thank God that NDC we have won, and we will come back to reset Ghana peacefully. Those who are stealing our money, we will arrest them, and then we will take them to the law of court to the court to have their way to manage the thing. So right now, we thank God that everything is successful, even though let's say 3 people have lost their life. But from tomorrow going, action will begin. What will be your message to the supporters of the MPP? My message to the MPP is that those who know they are committed a crime, they should be ready, accountable. And then they should come and join the NDC, the National Democratic Congress. And we are the Socialist Party. You get it? That's why they call us National Democratic Congress. So we are calling them to come and join NDC. Yeah, that's thank you very much. So obviously for all of these supporters, it's been a very long night having to keep awake in their parties to ensure vigilance and the protection of their ballots. And climaxes an episode and then begins another. It's climaxes the vigilance episode and probably begins their celebration. I'll still try and speak to some of the supporters. Find out from them what they money. So, how was your night? Were you able to sleep? Oh, but yesterday, I couldn't sleep. This early morning, when our police told me that NBC has won, especially me and Takra, only constituency. When they called me that day, Senator has won. I said, oh, Senator won. SLRC has lost, so thank God for that. NBC, we make sure that all money at MPP, we have the embassy, we should all be killed immediately, especially since the power money should all be paid immediately. And the cathedral money to be paid. This is time for celebration. How do you intend to celebrate your party? Do you have any special things you want to celebrate? Because of the economic restraint, you don't have money to celebrate. It's only that you get but the economy, our pocket is not good. So you can't enjoy it. It's only just you just share yourself, and that's all. But there's no money in our pocket. Yeah. So that's why. Mr. Bawumia, in his address this morning, said he had called former President Mahama. Do you think that the concession came too late? No. See, Bawumia has done working with because in Ghana history, when history should have come and announced the results before the one that has been defeated to come and proceed defeat. But he has done very, very well because he sees that he has not the result, but he has considered that. Bawumia has done very well for that. What will be your message to supporters of the MPP? Oh, MPP, no. Okay, the speech that Bawumia gave is a very, very good speech. It has let the whole nation come. The tension has come down now. How did your night go? He said, the night, how did the night? Last night was very good, very good. I went on night duty. But as I was on duty, I was monitoring everything. And I know that Mahama has no that and the Lord has spoken to you. This has obviously begun your celebrations. Do you have any special way you intend to celebrate this victory? Yes, because I'm so excited. And I thank God that long last, this is not what I voted for MPP party. I voted for MPP party. But it's like when we are talking, they are not listening to us. So I decided to take this side. Dr. Bawumia has considered to former President Mahama. Do you expect President Akufo-Addo to make a statement conceding that the MPP has lost? Sure. I want our President Akufo-Addo to also do the same as Dr. Bawumia has also done same. In this morning's press conference, your party communications officer, Kamijenti, talked about the actions of some security officers at the collation centers. What would you expect President Akufo-Addo as president to say to the military or to say about some of these issues that has come in terms of the violence in relation to this election? As soon as possible, I want President Akufo-Addo to do something about it immediately. Because what we saw is no good. If the president has to do something about it as soon as possible. So a message to supporters of the MPP. My message to the supporters of the NDC is that they should calm down. Ghanaians are working. And the masses of the vibe of the Lord. So they should calm down. Visibly excited.
Toma, what's happening? You are at the office of the former president. What's happening there?
Yes, rejoicing over the former president's victory. We'll try to get some reactions from some of them. Hello. How do you feel about victory on the world? Excited that now my family. I'm excited.
for me once you be a vice so
this man is saying it's grateful to God that Mahama is not redeeming them from the hardships in the country. Now people are thinking that was is now selling for 5 cities. We'll try to get more reaction from the supporters of the NDC.
Everything will come back. Eric, okay, now we go near back. She was a lot of more cheer the better. In my chair, go out. I buy you one. If I know he buy you. Oh, what I do was she. Your mama started to live.
Okay, this man is also saying that grateful that Mahama is coming back and how the who are now out of job, nothing to do, and for that to and give them also in order to find something to do. He is very grateful that God has brought Mahama back to the presidency. To try and get more. Hello. You are excited about how do you feel? What do you
feel? Young man, I say, ended the state. The Macassa Ghana point Nabacassa, Mahama, Yamadu, and the Swapa. Anyway, imagine, sir, who will be up now, laughing number of points in the castle, oh, as you see, Navy, now, now, Obian up watching about the castle, Minia, Mamma was a natural Macassa. Well, who said? The Mishaka from that. Inside to serve them out, Munuka said, the Michigan, your papa, John Dramani Mahama, Nakupo, Edina player as we dream. The Nakupas, the same Papa, you understand, Nakupa, that one who died. A woman or the woman, yes, son of that woman, nor the two, session, also to Piano, nor the two. Johnson Mamuna, but I never about the but can't be the met was 24-hour economy. 24-hour economy, the minute I said to them, said, and I about that boy you to more. That's how I said. So 24-hour economy, the two are non carpet, the money Baba Queen. So 24-hour economy, the Chris and Nipan and San and Baba said, listen to me. Men are and I am more just rather a man with a school. It's in a sense in the said, Yakupo, one man already, no, one man already, no, one man, send it also. Yeah, you know, you're not.
Gentleman also reiterated point that I've made earlier, that he is grateful to God that the former president is coming to help the youth get jobs. the youth not getting jobs engaged in all forms of vices. And with the former president coming back, he will create opportunities for them alive. He will try and get more reactions from the office of the former president. Try and get more reactions. Hello.
In a way, look at where the development is now. So, like, this threat is excited to
Hello, okay. Hello. Okay, so we'll get more reactions from supporters of the NDC. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. But I see that a lot of these people are expressing their joy, their happiness with the results. But have you spotted any of the people in the immediate circle of the former president? Is the former president even in that building? Is he there right now?
Hello. Okay. So can you repeat the yeah, I can hear you.
Have you spotted any of the persons who are close to the former president, any of his aides, anyone like that, or even the former president? Is he in that building? Is he around?
No, when the president is not around yet, none of his aides are around. The people we met here are mainly the bodyguards at the office, and none of the officials of the NDC or a close friend of the former president is yet around. So they're also expecting him to come here. That's why the supporters have started amassing him.
Thank you very much, Batoma. Let's get us more reactions as and when we will come back to you much later, and then we'll see how that goes there. So that is Ishmael Batoma. He is at the office of John Dramani Mahama, who is the flag bearer of the NDC. From what we've received from the MPP presidential candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, conceding defeat and referring to the former president as so conceding defeat and then referring to the former president as the president-elect. There it is. But you can see visuals also from the office of former president John Dramani Mahama. As you can see, that's an emblem of the party, the umbrella, the unique umbrella of the NDC. Right there, some young men speaking to us, also sharing their excitement, reactions to the news. Even though it's not been officially announced by the Electoral Commission, well, we can say it's a done deal because the biggest contender in this race, that's Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has conceded defeat. He says he's called the former president, which is something the former president has also corroborated, tweeting to say that he's received a call from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, congratulating him for winning the presidential elections of 2024. Still in your shots are visuals from the office of John Dramani Mahama, where very excited young men, you can see them there, sharing their reactions there. Now this is a
Upper West
reaction
Regional correspondent
from
Swala Abdul Wahab, who will also be bringing us pictures.
Residents there have been reacting to the concession, the press conference actually by Dr. Bawumia, where he concedes that the NDC has won the elections. So there again, this is back to the NDC
And the MPP has
headquarters.
7
parties in there.
So these are all reactions of
and what the outcome will be in
jubilations
Parliament,
from across
whether they will still remain independent or
places
would want to align with
supporters, sympathizers
any of the political parties
massing up. They are massing up.
And Gloria, I mean, one
joy
of the
and ecstasy
incidents that has
from
brought
the
us
news
where we are
that
today, for me, is the incident
Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has called their
apathy,
candidate John Dramani Mahama
turnout,
to concede defeat.
And so
in this election, that
in some
many
constituencies,
election watchers
right. So I hear we
as
have
a
Dr. Bawumia now.
Election,
So let's join the feed.
For them, it's exciting news. They are celebrating on the streets, jubilating with their vuvuzelas, with their party flags. Everyone is coming out in their numbers to celebrate what is a victory for the National Democratic Congress and John Dramani Mahama, who led the party into these elections. This is the third time he has been on the ballot as presidential candidate of the party.
Yes, I have some people to interview.
What?
Okay.
Thomas Tete is in the Western region. Thomas.
Hello.
Hello, Thomas.
Hello.
Hello, Thomas.
Can you hear me? Yes, can you hear?
Out there now that the MPP's flag bearer has called John Dramani Mahama to concede defeat in this election. How is Western region receiving this news?
Hello. Yes, it's better. Can you please come again?
Bawumia has conceded defeat. How is Western region receiving this news?
Right. Just like you said, Dr. Bawumia has conceded defeat. And in the Takra constituency in the Western region where I am, people are jubilating, especially the NDC, knowing that they have won the presidential and parliamentary in the Takra constituency. They are so happy about that. And I have some, in fact, when you come to the Takra constituency, we are still in the collation center. So most of the people are here. And they are so excited that Dr. Bawumia has conceded defeat. I have one member of the NDC with me here who would want to express his view about what happened about Dr. Bawumia, conceding defeat. Good morning, my brother.
Oh, good morning.
Yes, what do you make of that?
Oh, Dr. Bawumia, on the onset, we, the National Democratic Congress, believe that Dr. Bawumia is going to lose this election because all the polls, all the indicators shows that Dr. Bawumia is going to win this election. But in Takra, we are key focusing about the parliamentary candidate that the NDC presented. That's Honorable Sheikh Sasali seat for the first time in the history of Ghana. So when it comes to Takra, for instance, the main reason why the people of Takra voted for change is because the sitting MP, who's the Deputy Minister of Lands and Natural Resources now, is on top of his job. Because if you look about the kind of resources the central government got it from Takra and you look about the kind of development that it comes to Takra, it clearly shows that the MP is incompetent, the MP is reckless. Because when you come to Takra, for instance, our main source of drinking water is River Bonsa. But as we speak now, if you go to River Bonsa, the water has been polluted. You think that I'm saying? The MP uses V8, cross the river every day. So the good people of Takra and Shayem said they won't change. In the 2020 election, the good people of Takra voted for change.
Right.
Because if you look about the percentage or the voted accumulated by our former parliamentary candidate, that's Honorable John, the independent candidate, you claim shows that the good people of Takra voted for change.
Okay.
Because as for 131 over 131,000 against Honorable George Mekuruka 131,000 and Madam Joy Johnson 200. 2,000.
Which figures are you
I'm
trying
talking
to
about the last election.
The last election, it was 38,000 for
31,000, 29,000. That's the results the EC related to us. So in the 2020 election, the good people of Takra voted for change.
All right.
And this time around, the change is phenomenal.
Okay.
So
all right.
we the NDC, we are excited.
All right.
We the NDC, we believe that we present a candidate who is competent, we present a candidate
that's okay.
who is ready to work for the good people of Takra.
That's okay. Right. So let's speak to our man here. He's a known man, and Mr. Moses Ama, popularly known as Muspaka. Yes, I'm good. What do you make of this year's election?
That's perfect. That's what we're all looking for. The change.
Good.
So I'm happy for that.
All right. So what are you expecting when you come to Takra Sahib? Issa Salif Uchela is leading, and we are waiting for his declaration. What are we looking forward to seeing?
Oh, he has won already. So we are just waiting as usual for the declaration.
Okay.
It's done. It's done.
All right.
NDC have won.
Okay.
Let's put Ghana forward.
Okay.
That's what we are all looking for.
Okay. Dr. Bawumia has finally conceded. What do you make of that one?
He's very intelligent. He has done well. That's what we're looking for.
Okay.
Ghana is Ghana.
All right.
Ghana is first way. So we must move forward. Ghana must go for it.
Okay. All right.
Me, I'm into sports also.
Yeah.
Our football was not going well. Where was the blame? Were you blaming who? I know everything was in politics. That's why the FA was not going. Now NDC has come power. Let's see. Ghana football will go everywhere.
All right. So for Moses Ama, who is the president of Muspaka SC, here's of the view that now sports is going to go very well. I'll try my best to and then also locate some other people and then speak to them and find out what they also think. They also think about the change that has really come. We'll be speaking to another person to find out what they make of that particular one also. Right, so this is...
We'll get back to Thomas much later. I want to pick as many reactions from across the country as well. Thomas is in the Western region, but let's go to Yunus. Yunus, tell me where you are now and what's the atmosphere like there? Can you hear me? If you can hear me, I wanted to find out where are you at the moment and tell me what's the atmosphere like where you are right now. Okay, let's go to Frank. Frank Abuaje is in the Bono East region. Frank. Hello, Frank. Frank Abuaje.
Good afternoon. I can hear you loud and clear.
The reaction like in the Bono East region, how are people receiving this news of the conceding message from Dr. Bawumia and announcing that he has called John Dramani Mahama? How are people in the Bono East region receiving this news?
Now, actually, I think we received the message whilst we are still at the collation center at the Atebubu Amante municipality, specifically the Atebu College of Education. We are still doing the collation, but supporters here received the news with joy. You could see people moving on motors and moving around with joy. I think I have one of such persons here, Enoch. I would like to find out from him how he received the news of Bawumia's concession. Even though we are yet to finish the collation here, it looks like the MPP has already thrown in the towel, so we are going to look at find out the feeling as a supporter of the party that is coming to form the next government. So, tell me, how did you receive Bawumia's concession message? You hear how do you feel?
Oh, as indicated earlier, we received the message with a lot of joy. From our internal collation, we know that, or we knew from a long time that we were already winning. We were just waiting for them to concede and also for the EC to declare us as winners. But one thing I have liked about this whole thing is I've gained, or Bawumia has gained some level of respect for me. We never expected that he would concede so early. We expected that they were going to use some sort of, or resort to some sort of violence to try and change some of the results. But what he did today has shown that Ghana can continue with every election peacefully without any violence.
Now, it looks like the euphoria has not started. The actual jubilation has not started. Right after the coordination here, what are we expecting today?
See, we are overwhelmed by the confidence Ghanaians have reposed in the NDC. We can't even celebrate that much. But we know, after we have been declared by the Electoral Commission, you will meet us on the streets. We will show our joy. We will tell Ghanaians that we are grateful. So we are anticipating a victory walk.
So basically, even though we are yet to finish the collation here, news of Bawumia's concession has brought joy to the people. So we are waiting. I'm sure after 1 or 2 hours, we'll finish and the actual euphoria will build up in the streets of Atebubu Mountain.
Bono East region. Thank you very much for bringing us the reactions in the Bono East region. So, well, that's it. We went to the Western region, also went to the Bono East. Accra, we've shown you pictures from the NDC headquarters. We've shown you pictures also from John Dramani Mahama's office as well. We've given you also visuals from Old Tafo. The resounding victory of the NDC, as it is, from all the coalitions we've done, how be it provisional, is that you can see it across. People are excited, and well, it's for them to celebrate. We're just hoping that people don't take the celebration too far. And we're hearing that the former president is going to address us quite shortly. We'll move to that shortly, but Dr. Chekpo is back here. Dr. Kafui Chekpo is back here. Okay, so
before we go to Dr. Chekpo, we'll have to pick
yes, let's go to the NDC headquarters. National Communications Officer Sami Jemfi is addressing the press.
Minya Kwenya Eshia ya papa enyenne bi bedwen se enanse ai na mishia ya papa isase ko ya papa na se ko je mpaibo akwankyere ne afutuo no papa betumi aga se bia ebura emfie mienu kra yesate ya che na ade ameka akere mo ne se onyame asafui onyame wohia mo pa because onyame wo nasomfo bebre but the ordinary masafui no odamufua na de ntia meka sani ehia onyame asofo bebre o maboa yen abompa ya mayen but ya papai ade ba ko e wo no ho a me free say wo tan no cry wo say wo ka ipa bebre nim but ade ba ko a e wo no ho me nka nche no ba me ka ne ha a me dwen wo a me ntia se ne say onyame ama no ahobrase a ebro adwen ne ntia se because o hwe baby onyame pagya no wo honhom mu ene adoma chede e wo no so ni nyuma onyame de na ye na hwe wo na mumpo obra wa bo ne de owo na ye nkra nketu ayukra no papa e kasa wo ho a ahobrase a wo no be kasa phone so on the whole. A lot of people don't know that side of him. And sadly, no idea me attach makoma pa. And until I see unyame weshiramo. Nana ho brase muso adia ba akoso a ma unso ne se adia oke pia. Me de minim obi experience, but me de menene san ye de adia pia waka kire me ana waka afa de minim ho bia ye no kureturu do. Onka utimi say onka mfa ba akokora se nyeden enka ho. Praise the Lord. Na ade a meka etwa to on sem ne de mese meka ye nwie ne but de meka etwa to on se wo se wo ya ade a ode na koma ni ni pedua nyina na ye so se on.
I'm a Ghanaian and I love luxury across faith and I love democracy.
Me and come home. Me and can't papa so nyame Israel. Enti papa, we dia amo Brazil mo. Me ba unannounced. NDC amanyoku nyina ye besa so ababiem. We dia me am sabi je fi wo ba prekope. Me ana maba. Say afi na nkunim die no e ba ye ni 30 minutes 1 hour kra. Enti ye ba ha na ya bede onyame ase na ya da wo so wase na bre sem no o ma ye kwan a amanyoku oni nyina ye beba they say asore no mo ba gi omunyi o ye nyina ya ba eti ye nyina ye beba na ye ma ba akopeso ye beba aba na ye nyina ye bompaya ye mompaya ma ye papai so onyame be ma no kwatente ni ahoden na onyame be koso ayusu na magana we money a diffua Ghana here. And you do Nyamia say Papa Nyamisha ya das.
This is what as a parliamentary candidate elect for MP elect for Ahanja West constituency in the Western region. People over 28,000 as against Francis Kobe, who managed to get 19,000. So when we come to Ahanja West market, people have started debating. It's not easy at all. The parliamentary candidate already has spoken to their supporters, thanking them for coming out in their numbers to vote for her. He promised that he's going to give work for them. And he also promised that he's going to unite Ahanja West for more development. Before I take a leave of you, I want to speak to one of the traders here who is jubilating. Madam, your mama, I didn't put him. I mean, Kuku and so I didn't put him. Then I said, I'm like, who are going to TV? So I'm like, Mommy, I don't know, say 20 pounds, the other 20 pounds. How much about our phone? As you hear from our sister, she's saying that she's very excited and hope that your mama is coming to give hope, restore their life. They're saying that there's a freedom for Western region. You have one of the supporters of Madam Kuku here. You are live on GhanaWeb TV. You are GhanaWeb TV, so I didn't give it out for you. Can you say I was GhanaWeb TV, so I don't know when you
because for the first time in the history, Ahanja West, both presidential and parliamentary. They win. They were that many are
now you are Jama also doing cream.
For her, when now continue our fight for the first time. Mahama, the MP presidential they are high to
Let them last all.
But for the first time, Mahama with the gap of 5,000. Change has come.
If you change about no, then I'll expect to say this you are my move.
Oh, since I know why you're saying as it's no more. You're saying as it's now. You never know for you. Hey, that's why I was so for to come. I'm never going to your benefits. Now you're never to your benefits, and I'm now from Adam. For some other family, to pay back for your young kids. I mean, many are cheap because it's never Hamadi or Tia. Why have you done? My young there or there.
Yeah, hope now, I'm a good woman.
Come on. I don't want the Women's Development Bank, Mahama Ken. I'm not a campaign to us. I'm going to say, where I am too much. Now you can have a pen when we depend on and crack. When do you know? Just a 4 years time, wait to ask how I did. Wow, back. Remember, I'm a day. I'm going to go near that. And I want to come in. You also don't want
I don't know. Permanent chief of Disco, Upper Disco, I said, you Kufu Abon, what I probably was again. Disco, I want to say,
1 year. On the same day, I am a map for the movement, but 1 year. Yeah, I have 9 years, but I am a daughter, mammy. Or the Emperor John Mahama in the back for day, Manala Bunku. A corner because they've done it now. What a pet. Mabona, and the Mabra to one call inside when the Ma or but it's another way by Bono. The enemy, I'm so the end of the shop of Cinema. Obey yet, or the amazing daddy. A corner day, or my can 1 year on 1 year.
Yeah, for
Jemima, original Jemima. 1.
Wow. The atmosphere here is very charging. Yeah, GhanaWeb TV. You're live on GhanaWeb TV. You want to speak? Oh, you want to speak? Okay, speak. Okay, you are live on GhanaWeb TV. But you are GhanaWeb TV show.
Stop the thing like change. I fear I need to cook baby. I said, Mama.
Yes, sir.
I
don't know this.
Because we come in every national. Who go be? Mama, bless the Mama, so I want to see a man to be better to me. There's a way they are the truth. They tell you true. The man who won in my hand. Yes.
Bobby is saying that if the woman comes and it's also do the same thing, they are going to use their finger to change him as they have done to President Akufo-Addo government. You are still live on GhanaWeb TV. Here is Abuna Kwanta, the capital town of Ahanta West constituency in the West region. As I indicated earlier, Madam Kukua has recaptured the seat for NDC since 2012. The late Abuache won the seat. My name is Daniel Kaku, reporting for GhanaWeb.
From the region, actually, where Daniel Kaku is reporting that for the first time since this Fourth Republic, the NDC has won the seat at Takra. Very, very interesting reactions there. People are in jubilant mood across the country. I'll go to Patricia now to bring us some trends, because beyond the trends you are hearing, there's a lot also happening online. Patricia.
Okay, so I want to start from EC. You know, they're supposed to be updating us, and then they posted something. They said the pink sheet determined the final results. As such, the pink sheet generated from the over 40,650 polling stations signed by the presiding officer and party agents will determine the final results. Nothing will change. We know that. The declaration of final results is hinged on processes that are enshrined in law. And what surprises me is they said as of 8 a.m. on Sunday, that's today, 8th December, the commission had not received any results at the National Collation Center. And we'll discuss that with Doc. And another one is saying feedback from the field is that the results are trickling in to the regional collation centers. The commission will publish the results once they are received. I want to take some comments from what EC posted earlier. Okay, the comments are here. One is saying polls closed at 5 p.m. on Saturday, yet by 8 a.m. on Sunday, nearly 15 hours later, no results had been received at the National Collation Center. This points to outdated and inefficient processes. Ironically, while the entire nation seems aware of the election outcome, the Electoral Commission, the very body tasked with delivering it, remains in the dark. Okay, so moving on. Unfortunately, this is from Kweku Azaza. Unfortunately, this is exactly the interesting thing about this EC. However, they want the citizens to always trust them. Another is saying, whether with red sheet, black sheet, yellow sheet, or any sheet, Mahama has won and NDC is the majority. Now let me go to X. On X, NDC is trending. Yeah, as expected, yeah. One person is saying, Dr. Bawumia accepts defeat to John Mahama. Ghana is green. It is confirmed now. Congrats to NDC. So much improvement from the IT department of the NDC. I don't know if you've seen that. All NDC, okay, so this is Basentale. People are asking for emojis for him. And then, congratulations to the NDC. We made it, baby. You are the man from Kaswa. And Kennedy, Japan predicted it, but they didn't listen. Eyezu. Moving on. Eslawusu brought in the military to help, but the NDC and the youth were too strong. They had to retreat. Okay, so moving on to the next trending thing on X.
Patricia, while you get those, let me just take our viewers to GhanaWeb.com to some of the news on the website. Our leading story there says, Mahama wins 2024 elections as Bawumia concedes defeat. And that's what we've been talking about in the last few minutes after Dr. Bawumia addressed that press conference. So where he addressed that press conference to say that he had spoken to John Mahama. Let me read the story to you. It says, flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, NPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has conceded defeat in the 2024 presidential election. In his concession speech, he said during the conference on Sunday, he acknowledged the election results and thanked Ghanaians for their support. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia also congratulated John Dramani Mahama, the flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress, for winning the elections. I mean, the story is still developing, so that story will be updated for you soon. But to the next story on the website, it says Mahama receives congratulatory call from Bawumia following his historic win in 2024 elections. Let me bring you some of the details in that story. It says flag bearer of the NDC, John Mahama, has received a congratulatory call from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia following his victory in the 2024 presidential election. Mahama shared the news on his X page on Sunday, December 8, 2024. The post read, and I quote, I have this morning received a congratulatory call from my brother, Dr. M. Bawumia, following my emphatic victory in Saturday's election, unquote. Dr. Bawumia has conceded defeat and thanked Ghanaians for their support, noting that he would offer incredible support to the new government during the transition period. And there's also live updates on the website. There's also news about A+ winning Gomwa Central seats, as well as other news coming in from there. There's also the mighty has fallen, the story about the Eslawusu and other big names who have been axed off the parliamentary, what is it, oak tree?
Gabi Otridak also tweeted, it says, congratulations to President-elect John Dramani Mahama and the National Democratic Congress for an emphatic victory. The people have spoken. Democracy lives. Let Ghana be the ultimate winner. And at this point, we'd like to introduce Dr. Kafui Chepo. Yeah.
Research.
Yes.
Fellow with, is that what's the
African Leadership Center.
IFR, or which one? What's the other institution? There's an Is it IFNA? Maybe I'm getting it wrong. But your African Leadership Center.
Yes.
So that's Dr. Kafi Cheko. You've been with us since yesterday. Doc, our plans from yesterday seems to have gone the other way because, you know, the announcement by Dr. Bawumia. give us your overview.
Well, today is a Sunday. The Holy Book says that man proposes and then
God disposes.
Exactly. So it is God's will, not our will.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, generally, it is interesting to note that Ghanaians have been very emphatic in their clapback at the political establishment. What Ghanaians have done is, in essence, is to send a strong signal to the political class that they no longer expect the political class to take them for granted. They no longer expect that you come, enter a feeder road a day before elections and you get your vote. You start a project, you stagger it for 4 years, and a few months to election, you come and complete it and you expect us to vote for you. What Ghanaians are saying is that they are fed up with being treated as a bunch of kids who will be placated with sweets and then they stop crying. No. They want to be treated as full-grown adults in the sense that they want the political establishment to reform the basis upon which our state-society relation is based, i.e., economic relations. What are the levers of the economy? They want a party that will put in place structures to ensure that regardless of your class, your creed, the village in which you were born, or the region you come from, your level of education, you can be an active participant in the economy and make decent livelihood within the confines of the law. What Ghanaians are saying is that they need a party that will put in place policy mechanisms to ensure that regardless of which village, town, or city you are coming from, regardless of your family background, be it your parents were born rich or otherwise, you had no choice because the mantra with elections is that elections are won at the polling station. A few hours after the close of polls, every single person who is a stakeholder in the elections knows the outcome. What the EC only does is to certify what we already know. If the EC says it doesn't have results to certify, that is none of our business as Ghanaians. And I'll tell you why. Consistently, the EC has put in place a burdensome mechanization process in collating and certifying results in this country. Before this present crop of EC leadership took over, the process was simple. After polls are declared at the polling stations, results are sent to the constituency collation center, after which the National Electoral Commission's office receives all polls and declares them, certify and declare them. Now, we've added another layer of regional collation. The same results that you have had from the polling station, that goes to the constituency level, now goes to a regional level before it comes to a national level. But let's look at it. The EC says that the only place that you can count election results is at the polling station. Now, if you have issues with the counting, the result of the counting, you can call for a recount there, or you write a protest, you fill a protest form. When that particular ballot box gets to the collation center, which is the constituency collation center, it can be recounted. After that, you don't recount. You don't recount the ballot box again. So what is the use of the regional collation center? That is what people begin to suspect the EC as a colluding, a conspiring partner to the plot to rig the mandate of the people. Because your own processes suggest that the regional coalition is basically nothing. You already have the political parties who have their agents across the over 40,000 polling stations in your own collation center at the headquarters. They already have the results. So I think that the EC must begin to realize that it is in certain countries like Ghana, or what people will call developing countries, that we even have what we call independent election management bodies. In most countries, it is the Interior Ministry or the Justice Ministry that runs elections, or the Ministry of Local Government. It doesn't even take any special institution to run it. Ballots are printed, they are posted to you, they are sent to you, or they are sent to a particular station. You go, you pick it, it is counted there, and then it is finished. Nobody certifies results. In advanced countries, nobody sends results to any other place for it to be certified. What the people at the locale, at the very base of the election, have said it is through their thumbs is what becomes it. It is only because, as a burgeoning democracy, we felt that we need to put in place institutional mechanisms so that regardless of which political party is in power, all stakeholders would have some form of assurance that indeed the processes that we have given to ourselves to elect our leaders are processes that are transparent enough to give us the right set of leaders. But when the EC begins to posture itself as a conspirator in rigging the people's will, as a conspirator in subverting the will of the people by over-bureaucratization of its processes of counting and declaring results, then it is basically saying that it is no longer relevant to have an independent electoral management institution.
I want to keep you right there with the address of Dr. Bawumia. I listed a few things about the timeliness of the address, the people he showed up in that press conference with, and how he had even conceded in the address that John Mahama won decisively. Let's look at the whole address. You said it was expected and all of that, but do you think that the people he went there with, the timeliness and all those things, helps with the kind of situation, if I can call it a dilemma of the sort we are in now? Because the EC that's supposed to be, that's constitutionally mandated to be doing the announcements, is not saying anything, but then it's almost like it's a done deal. Does it in any way help the situation with what we saw from that address?
Well, from the address, it was clear that the MPP as a party had come to the conclusion that there was no way they were going to overturn the will of the people. Yesterday, the series of press conferences they had suggested that they were still in the contest. They were sending messages of assurance to their support base and to the Ghanaian public at large that they should rest assured that they are still in the game, they had the processes under control, and that their agents were in the process of certifying everything, and very soon the true result will be declared. Well, less than 12 hours after their last press conference, it has become evident that indeed Ghanaians have voted overwhelmingly against them. There is nothing that can change that. A way to predict the trend when it comes to presidential ballots is to look at the parliamentary ballots. There is usually no significant difference between how the parliamentary voting pattern goes and that of the presidential. That is not to say that we don't have what you call the skirt and blouse, where people vote for a different party as parliamentary and the other as presidential. But what I mean is that when you have over 2/3 of Ghanaians choosing a particular party at the parliamentary level, there is no guarantee, there is no correlation that the reverse is going to happen for the presidential. So it was abundantly clear that the MPP had lost. Now, Dr. Bawumia came to address the nation in the presence of his party chairman, in the presence of the former organizer, a youth organizer, in the presence of a number of elected Bodu and well, yes, the former, and his wife was also there. Now, with the presence of the party chairman, it's assumed that the party itself was present. But ideally, it should have been the party hierarchy that should have done this. He was contesting on the ticket of a political party. And so it is the party that is the mechanism through which he was a presidential candidate. The party should have ideally held a press conference first and foremost.
Like the way his communications director was doing.
Yes.
Should have continued in that step of updating.
But in this particular case, it should have been the party chairman, because it was the party chairman that led the party into the elections.
Is that not a little confusing, because as flag bearer, you are the leader of the party, and I'm just wondering how that position of a national chairman supersedes that of the person whose face was on the ballot and who ultimately, if had been elected, will become president. How do you explain that?
The leader of the party is it's essentially a special purpose arrangement for the processes of election.
Okay.
But the party structures are such that the party chairman is the overall head of the party. Indeed, as we speak now, that the MPP has lost the elections, Bawumia is no longer the party leader.
Because the elections
are done. The party chairman is. The reason why, and it is a gentleman's arrangement that both parties have, that is because they don't want to have a rift between the party chairman, who ideally is the head, both the administrative and political head of the party, and the president, who is also a member of the party. But as I was saying, Bawumia or any presidential candidate who contests on the ticket of a political party does not contest on his own accord. He contests by virtue of the party giving him or her that mandate. You get it? Yeah. That is why, if you look at the training of polling agents, the assigning of polling agents, whatever, it is the party that does that, not the presidential candidates. Because the election is the party's thing. It is their responsibility. So ideally, the national chairman, even at this particular, the national chairman should have preceded Dr. Bawumia by coming to say that the MPP went into the general elections, it presented a candidate. This has been the outcome of the elections, and based on that, the party is conceding that it did not meet the expectations of its base. It is after that that then Dr. Bawumia can come out and say that I am conceding because my party, on whose ticket I have run, have now come to inform us that we did not perform as expected. That is the right thing to do. For me, what I see from this is that the party is either still in a state of shock, or the party is adamant, or to be a bit at the least is to say that the party has abandoned Dr. Bawumia. Because there was only the national chairman present. As of elected party officials, only the national chairman was there.
But Doc,
General Secretary, who is the chief administrator of the party, was not present.
There's a report that what he did has brought division to the party, because not all the executives were happy with him going out there.
So this buttresses the point I was just making. Yeah. I didn't know about that. But again, it could also show that Dr. Bawumia is looking beyond 2024. Mm-hmm. Because in essence, the party hierarchy, if you look at the MPP, the way this particular hierarchy came into office, they came into office clamoring around President, yes, you understand it. So, Bawumia, in his now sober state, is thinking, well, their loyalty perhaps is not even to me in the first place. If anything, Let me go out there, appeal to the conscience of Ghanaians by conceding honorably, and then begin to build my own constituency, begin to build my own loyalty base within the party, so I can come back as a formidable force in 2028. As to whether that would work, it's a different thing altogether. But I think he did the right thing to defy the party because
won the respect of many.
Lots
of people are applauding him for stepping out to do this.
Exactly, because it's not easy to concede. Yeah. Don't forget that his boss, who has been a tyrant of a democratic person, which is a contradiction, and no pun is intended though, because we elected him as a democratic person, but his actions have been that of a tyrant, refused to concede when he lost elections in 2008 to President Mills. Indeed, he never called President Mills to concede in that election. I'm not too sure about 2012 with regards to President Mahama. Until 2016.
2012, that was after the election petition, he actually did.
Exactly.
Yes.
After the election petition, 2012. So you see, Bawumia is beginning to read between the lines and going against that. And that has gone against Akufo-Addo for many years. That you don't even have the political candor. With all the mantra and the euphoria around you as an experienced politician, you don't have the necessary candor to even acknowledge when you are wrong, to say that, okay, this I got it wrong. No, you were better at this than myself. I acknowledge it. I'm going to do my homework. I'll come back later and maybe be a better person than this. He never did that. That went a long way to affect him. But Bawumia, perhaps, is doing this to send a signal to Ghanaians that he's still not out of the game yet. Indeed, any avid watcher of the Ghanaian political scene would agree that Dr. Bawumia has matured as a politician, even though he's still not cut as a politician. But the Bawumia we knew in 2007, when he was outdoored at the running mate of Akufo-Addo, and the Bawumia today is not the same Bawumia, which is a plus that we can give to him. Yes, but I think that the MPP party has done a disservice to itself. If the nature of the election results were in places in Western region, in places in the Brown-Hafo region, that the NDC since 96 have never won. 96, that's about 24 years, have never won. Have come out massively to vote for the NDC. It should tell you that there's something wrong. If the NDC should actually go ahead and perform better, and indeed they have shown signs, because if we look at the performance of the NDC between 2009 and 2012, and we compare it to the performance of the NPP between 2017 and 2025, when they are exiting office in January, the NDC has shown that it has been better at managing both the economy, managing people's expectations, and even being accountable to the people. I'll give you a few examples. In 2008, President Mills made a promise to Ghanaians that the NHIS subscription was going to be a one-time premium, and that he felt that paying a one-time premium would go a long way to ease the burden on Ghanaians when it comes to healthcare access. When they came into power, 6 months after getting into a deal, he was bold enough to come back to the electorate and tell Ghanaians that they have done all their calculations. They have done all the research with information now available to them, and it was impossible for them to do a one-time premium. And so that policy decision was going to be reversed. Of course, the mere fact that you make a promise on a political trail doesn't mean that those promises can be enforceable. Because at that point, you don't even have the full gamut of information at your disposal. And there are certain factors that change, that may affect your initial conceptualization of that policy. That was one. And then I'll just oppose that to free SHS. For 12 years, the free SHS mantra was being honed in this country. President Akufo-Addo made it his #1 message to Ghanaians that free SHS was a messianic response to our conditions, social and economic conditions as a country. And that when he implements free SHS, everything was going to be done. He came into power, and even before that, he was asked, how are you going to finance this? To say that over 500,000 of your population will go to school free of charge. In a country where you said your tax revenues were increasingly getting low, you were increasingly relying on external loans to be able to implement critical development projects in your country. He said when he comes to power, he would know. He came to power and there was no consultation, there was nothing. As we speak now, if you ask anybody about the free SHS policy guide to tell you what the objectives of the policy are, the sources of funding, whatever, nobody knows. Nobody knows. Even in the budget line, we don't know. I'm sure if you do your own investigations and you take the appropriation bill between 2017 and now, you can't even fish out how much has been spent on free SHS. The right thing, and for those of us who are into policy studies, for example, will tell you that when you are faced in such a situation, you do stakeholder consultation. You can vary your policy. Yes, you said you are going to do this. In essence, you are not departing from it. But the processes to achieve that policy goal is what you can vary. So you can still do free SHS either in an incremental fashion, either selectively, because in a way, social policy interventions are also what we call reverse discrimination policy. To say that, okay, Patricia is more advantageous than myself. And because we don't want that unequal system to fester for long, we are no longer going to give Patricia, say, fuel coupon to be able to come to work early. What we are going to do is that we will maintain your official car, but we are going to give you maybe a dedicated driver, or we are going to give you fuel coupon so you can fuel your car because you earn less than. Something like that. So it's reverse discrimination. Help this person so that this person can be a bit apart with the other person. All these things were available. It never happened. As we speak now, if you go around and you ask parents whose wards have benefited from free SHS, they'll tell you that they would have preferred to actually pay for their kids going to secondary school because, one, virtually everything that their kids need from boarding must be paid from their pockets. Yes. Two, they don't have the teachers in the classroom to teach. So if you want your ward to actually go through the free SHS and come out as somebody who is ready to go for tertiary education or to access tertiary education, you must have to pay for extra classes for your ward. That is additional cost to you. Secondly, they don't even have the material, the teaching and learning materials, i.e. textbooks and whatever that they need. Before free SHS came, the main problem with secondary education was about textbooks and infrastructure. Some secondary schools were overcrowded. And somebody would have thought that the easier approach would have been to increase the infrastructure base of our secondary schools and make teaching and learning resources available. How much were we even paying at the time? And even if you add inflation and everything to it, wouldn't have amounted to this because you are only paying for boarding. Then you pay for a few utility, ICT, whatever. That is all. You didn't even pay for school fees. And you didn't pay for feeding fee. Today you are paying for almost everything, yet you are being told that you are attending free SHS. What is free about you paying close to 5 times what you would have originally paid for the same service? That is one thing that I wanted to bring to our attention. Also, when the NDC came to power, there were instances of corruption, or allegations of corruption. We also the flying of the $3 million to the Black Stars in Brazil, right? The bus branding saga, the NSS saga. We all saw how the leaders of the country at the time took steps to address them. With the bus branding saga, for example, we know that there was a commission established. The company that won the bid was made to refund part of the money that they felt, the commission felt that, or the committee that reviewed it felt that was excess back to the state. The Minister of State in charge of that particular branding process was made to lose her job. With regards to the NSS, almost all those who were implicated in the scandal were immediately suspended, and prosecution began against them after investigations. With regards to the Maslog scandal, the then head of Maslog, Abu Gapili, was prosecuted and jailed by his own government. I'm not saying that the NDC was the best, but at least they had shown signs that when it comes to their own, they can still take accountability measures. We are here, and these are people, excuse me to say, you don't even have track record of building anything successful in their private capacity.
We've been surprised in this particular election because notable, like big wigs of the party have all lost their seat.
Yes.
People you least expect. Katie Hammond is gone, Eslawusu is gone, Harry Cotte is gone, Katie, I already mentioned Katie Hammond. They have all lost their seat.
Eslawusu
has lost her seat, Katie Hammond, Harry Cotte, Japan Mesa, all of these people
are not done prayer.
Yes.
Well, as I said, you see, these people came into politics preaching a certain language. And I'll differentiate these big wigs into two. The old guards, Katie Hammond, Eslawusu. All of a sudden, these people became foul-mouthed against Ghanaians. For a number of years now, if you listen to Katie Hammond's utterances in public, it was awful, it was appalling, it was insulting. Don't forget that as a parliamentarian, as much as you represent a constituent, you are a representative of the entire Ghanaians, because Parliament is supposed to be a chamber where all manner of interest, all shades of ideas are supposed to be discussed so that the collective interest of Ghanaians would prevail at the end. So you are not there just because you were elected by a constituent and a party, so they are the only interest that you represent. At the end of the day, you are a representative of the entire Ghanaian population. These people wouldn't. Eslawusu, for instance, is on record who have even questioned John Dramani Mahama to be president, saying that he is a northerner, and that northerners are at best are good for rearing cattle or for herding cattle. That is not an insult to a person, but to a whole people. Now, your own party brings a northerner. Is he then qualified to lead us? Exactly. This on the personal score, these are some of the things. If you take the Latter-day Saints like Anodrom and Co., it only attests to the fact that our political parties have been poor at selecting people who have the candor and the capacity to be in public service. Perhaps the criteria now for people to contesting for parliamentary primaries and presidential primaries shouldn't just be anyone who has money or anyone who is popular, but it should be people who have the necessary temperament, who have the requisite knowledge and skill set to be in public service. You come into public service 2-3 years, through whatever means you think you have money, and then you begin to insult the people who gave you the mandate. It's not done anywhere. Even in the so-called established democracies, where political temperature can rise, and if you listen to the rhetoric between Biden and Trump, for example, they use some awful words, but they don't take the people for granted. Unlike the caliber of politicians we have here, who have very poor education. Some of them only go to amass certificates in the name of education, and when they are on public platforms, you cringe when you listen to them. Yet they think they can go and then what? Misbehave. The so-called minority leader or majority leader, I don't know whichever leader, thinks he's so successful at politics. When in any case, he's only won what? Parliamentary elections. That doesn't make you a successful politician. If you want to talk about successful politicians, the criteria goes beyond that. He's a lawyer, right?
Yes.
Is he trying to say that if he were still in legal practice, he would have been as successful as he is and as rich as he is? I doubt, because he doesn't even exude the kind of knowledge that makes one successful at the bar in the first place. It doesn't mean he's not qualified, because qualification is a different thing from exhibiting the right skills and knowledge set to be able to succeed in practice. This person has the effrontery to be insulting Ghanaians. It's not right. Politicians must begin to learn that with an open media now in this country, you cannot go scot-free when you open your lips to any degree at all and spew whatever comes out of it without having some decorum of moderation and respect. They will come back to
some
bite
of the tweets from 2016 are now coming back.
It was as if they were said in this very moment.
Everything is coming back. They're playing it back to them. Your own words are now biting you.
Exactly. And I think it is part of the reason why the former national chairman of the party, Mark Menu, has said that it is time for reflection.
Yeah.
They need to go and do introspection and ask themselves, how did they get it wrong? The reasons are obvious. Exactly. But as to whether they will be willing to do the homework and come back genuinely reformed.
We only know that after 4 years.
Well, we don't need to know that after 4 years.
That will bring, even the MPs that they have elected, how do behave in the House and all that.
We don't need that. The history of this particular political party dates back to the Second Republic of this country, or even before that, the First Republic, when their foremost but very unsuccessful political leader, J.B. Dankwa, even had to send deputations or had to represent the party's interests then, which was the UGCC, by protesting against Ghana's independence, saying that Ghana wasn't ready for independence. We have seen it in successive administration, where it is about their personal interests against the collective interest. They champion policies that only satisfy their personal interest and not the collective interest. And so, if we need to come to terms with the fact that they have genuinely repented and are willing to get the mandate of the people, they must show that genuineness. They must not pretend to act it. They must not pretend it or act it. They must show it genuinely that they have repented. Because right now, the history of this country is at the fingertips of many people. There are a number of shows in this country where people keep referring to the political history of this country, and people are becoming to be aware of it. You no longer need to study history in school to know some of these things because they are out there. And I hope, and sincerely so, that these people in their self-reflection, in their collective reflection as to why they have been resoundingly beaten at these particular elections, they would come to terms with this. Resounding in the sense that since President Kufuor in 1996, the NPP hasn't had less than 40%. It appears that they are not going to do anything above 40%. At best, they will get 40-41% at this polls. At West, they're going to get about 38-39%.
That's massive, and it's
Because
going to
already the
reflect.
voter turnout has been low.
Yes.
This year.
The EC says, well, voter turnout is high.
We don't know. We'll wait for the figures to come.
But you know, and all of these things will reflect also in Parliament. I want, you see, Parliament is going to resume on the 16th.
Yeah.
How is that going to look like with what we're getting already? When there have been reports in the past where, I mean, the MP for Efutu, he's been successful this time. He's been insisting, yes, insisting we call him majority leader and all those things. You've talked about arrogance, taking Ghanaians for granted, and all of those things. What do you anticipate Parliament to look like?
Well, in the first place, I don't even know whether the MPs that have lost their seats would have the courage to come to Parliament, especially those who have shown disdain towards Ghanaians. We don't know whether they are going to show up.
It will be their last, by the way. I mean,
no, their last would be on the 6th of January when Parliament has to be dissolved.
Yes.
And so I don't know whether they are going to come for this particular one. That is one. Two, because of the significant reduction in the powers of government as a result of the defeat, I'm not sure what kind of government business they are going to embark on. Well, I know there is a Supreme Court, is there a Supreme Court or High Court judge who has been a Supreme Court judge who has been vetted and waiting approval. I don't know whether that is going to be on the other business for the day. For the loans that were on the previous business for the resumption of Parliament, I'm not sure it is going to go through because in any case it was tied to certain programs by the party. As to whether the NDC believes in those programs or thinks that the loan is being secured within the proper mechanism, so to speak, is another thing altogether. And so I suspect that those things are not going to be taken. Those who have won may come back. They may come back with a somber mood, a mood that will reflect their defeat. But as I said yesterday, and I'll repeat that, Parliament is not a chamber of confrontation. Parliament is a chamber of dialogue. Both NDC and NPP must learn that when it comes to parliamentary business, they must put together whatever partisan interest they have and look at the collective interest. Yeah. Because that is the essence of Parliament. It is a place where all interests within the national borders are supposed to be represented. And whatever comes out of Parliament must be reflective of the diversity of the country. It must not be no, because it doesn't go my way, it must not be. No. It shouldn't be a chamber where my way must be the only way. It should be a chamber of what are your ideas? These are my ideas. How can we fuse them in a way that we can meet each other halfway and have an objective of ideas that portend well for our collective good?
Doc, before we go for that quick break, I want us to look at the first-time MPs. Those who be coming for the first time.
Because there's been a lot of there's attrition, major one actually, in Parliament.
Yes, and for the start, it's going to affect parliamentary business because they need to learn the ropes. But I expect that the incumbents and those who have served, who are in their third and fourth terms in Parliament, would take it upon themselves to actually guide them through the process. First-term MPs must know that parliamentary business, as much as it is at the business committee level, it is also about a chamber thing. They must begin to hone the interest of their constituencies in chamber. There are a number of MPs who come in previous elections who have been one-term MPs, not because they've not been effective, but because their constituents haven't even seen them on the floor championing a particular either collective or constituency interest. And that is one thing they should have high on their agenda.
Well, it's like they win the elections, they get it Parliamentary, they are lost.
And they are lost,
You don't
exactly.
You don't hear anything from them.
Yes.
You don't see them. You only get to know of them after another 4 years.
Exactly.
When they come out to complain again.
Yes. And they should also be mindful of the fact that because we have watered down the significance of members of parliament and made them partly development agents, they should ensure that the resources, at least at the assembly level, that is meant for development, goes into significant projects. I mean, sometimes it is very nauseating when you hear that an MP has commissioned a footbridge over a big gutter. I don't get it. A footbridge, and that is to ease the commuting challenges of the people. Exactly. It's disheartening. One would have thought that that money would be channeled into something substantive. Why not use part of that resources to build a durable bridge, but also to kind of redemarcate and redesign the place in ways that make it habitable. And there are a lot of instances, even in Accra here, in Adentan constituency, Madina constituency, and Nyaso too. I mean, where you ask yourself, this is the capital of Ghana, Accra, and you ask whether these people are indeed living in the capital. First-time MPs must begin to address that. They must also go away from sponsoring family and friends into security services and think that they have done something important. Elections have shown that you can have 10,000 people in the security services, but they are not the 10,000 people who would ensure your political success. What I'm saying is that whatever is at the constituency, they must ensure that it is deployed and used in a manner that is seen as reflective of the needs of their particular constituent.
Well, Doc, thank you very much. I know that there's more we can talk about. There's, I mean, so much that we can also pick. We're just hoping that the EC actually comes in early to give us something, because as it stands now, they are the only ones holding us back, dragging this whole process. So we hope that when we get back, the EC would have given us something. Let's take a break now. When we return, we are still here with Dr. Kafui Chepo.
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, following yesterday's presidential and parliamentary elections, Ghanaians at home and abroad have been sitting on tenterhooks awaiting the outcome of the election. Let me say that the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things. Ghana will win and peace will reign. The people of Ghana have spoken. The people have voted for change at this time, and we respect that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. These are our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do, but we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation. To the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, I know the feeling hurts, given that this is not the result you worked for. I know you would feel there is darkness ahead. That is natural, especially when in all sincerity you gave the assignment your all. But I assure you that we will regroup and come back even stronger. We will take stock of events and pick lessons to guide us going forward. In the interim, I urge you all to look into the future with optimism and hope. We may have lost the battle, but not the war. Let me also use this occasion to congratulate all MPs elect, with special emphasis on those from the MPP side. I would like to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, for his support and guidance over the years. I extend sincere thanks to the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, for her support and wise counsel throughout my tenure as Vice President and during the 2024 electioneering campaign. I would like to thank my wife, Haja Samira Bawumia, who has gone over and above the call of duty in her support for me. My thanks also go to my children, my brothers and sisters, and the entire Bawumia family for their support. I also thank my running mate, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe, and his wife Alma, for their strong support in this campaign. I am eternally grateful to our revered traditional rulers, religious leaders, and the generality of Ghanaians for their support. I thank former President Kufuor, the Council of Elders, executives, and the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party for their solid support. To all Ghanaians who voted for me and the MPP to implement our proposed bold solutions, I thank you for the confidence you reposed in us. To all Ghanaians who didn't vote for me and the MPP in this particular election, I thank you for considering my proposals, even though you exercised your right to choose by settling on the eventual winner. Let me also thank the Electoral Commission for overseeing yet another transparent and fair election in Ghana. I also thank the security services for their role in maintaining the peace. My thanks also goes to the media for their excellent reportage. Ghana has won. Thank you very much, and may God bless you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, following yesterday's presidential and parliamentary elections, Ghanaians at home and abroad have been sitting on tenterhooks awaiting the outcome of the election. Let me say that the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things. Ghana will win and peace will reign. The people of Ghana have spoken. The people have voted for change at this time, and we respect that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. These are our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do. But we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation. To the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, I know the feeling hurts, given that this is not the result you worked for. I know you would feel there is darkness ahead. That is natural, especially when in all sincerity You gave the assignment your all. But I assure you that we will regroup and come back even stronger. We will take stock of events and pick lessons to guide us going forward. In the interim, I urge you all to look into the future with optimism and hope. We may have lost the battle, but not the war. Let me also use this occasion to congratulate all MPs elect, with special emphasis on those from the MPP side. I would like to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, for his support and guidance over the years. I extend sincere thanks to the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, for her support and wise counsel throughout my tenure as Vice President and during the 2024 electioneering campaign. I would like to thank my wife, Haja Samira Bawumia, who has gone over and above the call of duty in her support for me. My thanks also go to my children, my brothers and sisters, and the entire Bawumia family for their support. I also thank my running mate, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe, and his wife Alma, for their strong support in this campaign. I am eternally grateful to our revered traditional rulers, religious leaders, and the generality of Ghanaians for their support. I thank former President Kufuor, the Council of Elders, executives, and the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party for their solid support. To all Ghanaians who voted for me and the MPP to implement our proposed bold solutions, I thank you for the confidence you reposed in us. To all Ghanaians who didn't vote for me and the MPP in this particular election, I thank you for considering my proposals, even though you exercised your right to choose by settling on the eventual winner. Let me also thank the Electoral Commission for overseeing yet another transparent and fair election in Ghana. I also thank the security services for their role in maintaining the peace. My thanks also goes to the media for their excellent reportage. Ghana has won. Thank you very much, and may God bless you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Let's go.
Please, we are going to talk to them. Please, we are going to talk to them.
end of this very election, I want to declare the winner for the parliamentary election. At the end of the collation, Jefferson Bamina Saki had 32,735. Abdul Latif Dan had 45,066. That's 45,066. The total valid vote that was cast is 77,801. Rejected 423. So the total vote cast is 78,224 valid votes. Now, at this very time, by the power invested in me as the returning officer for Abdul Masen, I do hereby declare Abdul Latif Dan as the parliamentary candidate elect for Abdul Masen.
I've served already 16 years as a this year, and then made the opportunity to serve another 4 years. That will mean also of 20 years. All the time, they will be on formal part, they will be us. Whatever I mean, up to force, your constituency every community out of 174 police stations, we need 171. President Mahama, we need 171. in the social report that they can hear. But the Electoral Commission is asking for the professional what do you want to do? It's also that the police and the security said, we are saying, or but all in all, I want to assure the people of Iduma that I will give you an excellent representation. Nothing more, nothing less. Also, we call them in Ghana, and Brazil, Parliament. Some of them are MP. Some contribute to Ghana, all that's overall, the NDC or NPs are all Ghanaian first, not all parliamentary candidates. So far, I'm aware that NDC we will have majority in Parliament. Not just majority, but decisive majority. The people of absolute majority for dividend. And the MPs over 180. NDC so far. The time is when I'm coming over. And the better we are there. We will this majority in Parliament to benefit the people of Ghana, and not to benefit ourselves, to benefit the people of Ghana. That's how our plan is loud, is clear. We know the Ghana food will not solve governance So we've learned our lessons. I'm sure they've learned their lessons. We'll take some knowledge from this and take some advice from this, and we'll do exactly what the people of Ghana ask us to do. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you, my representatives. Thank you, my campaign team. Thank you, everybody, for the support of the NDC, President Mahama, and myself. We will not let you down. The process to this kind of country will begin today. Thank you very much.
Honorable NDC so parliamentary 57 and over said we are entirely resetting Ghana, including Sunyani West. And so what I say is, we thank God for how far He has brought us. I thank the people of Sunyani West, Nanano Imam, pastors, all traditional rulers, for the immense support that has been given to us. We say that praise be to the Almighty God. We are one people. We are one people. Devoid of all political parties. We got other political parties to make our dream come true. Over years, seasons, decades that we've been wanting the seat for the NDC in Sunyani West. When we talk about the parliamentary seats, now it's so clear. Both presidential and parliamentary, the NDC won in Sunyani West. What we are saying is, we thank you. We are so grateful. The people of Isiate, Chimesi Krom, Mantuka, Ayakumaso, Dumesia Fiape, Eyadmase, Dumase, Shra, all the people of Sunyani West. We said that to whom much is given, much is expected. And so with the confidence we have in you, we so demand your support as you all rally behind us to reset Ghana together with discipline, with commitment and dedication. Ghana and Sunyani West will be a better place for us to stay. Because when we talk about development, it doesn't separate MPP and NDC. When the people of NDC, the leadership constructs roads, hospitals, all amenities, necessity to human beings. We don't even consult and ask if you are MPP or NDC. We all enjoy together. So with one accord, we've all run together. We don't have any MPP, NDC, DPP, no party. We are whole in Sunyani West. No one should tease each other. Because when we destroy the community, we have nowhere to go. And so all of us, we are happy. Because we've got other political parties to support us to make our dream come true. We say, are you called to all the stakeholders, the security agencies, immigration, police, fire service, prisons, officers, all the institutions, together with the Electoral Commission of Sunyani West for the free and fair election. We can't leave our able agents. You did excellent well, and that is why we are here. And we have been crowned victorious 7th December, and now it is 8th December. We say, are you called to every individual who contributed to this victory? We are grateful, and we will serve to reset Ghana and Sunyani West alive. Thank you.
and gentlemen of the media, following yesterday's presidential and parliamentary elections, Ghanaians at home and abroad have been sitting on tenterhooks awaiting the outcome of the election. Let me say that the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things. Ghana will win and peace will reign. The people of Ghana have spoken. The people have voted for change at this time, and we respect that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. These are our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do. But we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation. To the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, I know the feeling hurts, given that this is not the result you worked for. I know you would feel there is darkness ahead. That is natural, especially when in all sincerity You gave the assignment your all. But I assure you that we will regroup and come back even stronger. We will take stock of events and pick lessons to guide us going forward. In the interim, I urge you all to look into the future with optimism and hope. We may have lost the battle, but not the war. Let me also use this occasion to congratulate all MPs-elect, with special emphasis on those from the MPP side. I would like to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, for his support and guidance over the years. I extend sincere thanks to the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, for her support and wise counsel throughout my tenure as Vice President and during the 2024 electioneering campaign. I would like to thank my wife, Haja Samira Bawumia, who has gone over and above the call of duty in her support for me. My thanks also go to my children, my brothers and sisters, and the entire Bawumia family for their support. I also thank my running mate, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe, and his wife Alma for their strong support in this campaign. I am eternally grateful to our revered traditional rulers, religious leaders, and the generality of Ghanaians for their support. I thank former President Kufuor, the Council of Elders, executives, and the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party for their solid support. To all Ghanaians who voted for me and the MPP to implement our proposed bold solutions, I thank you for the confidence you reposed in us. To all Ghanaians who didn't vote for me and the MPP in this particular election, I thank you for considering my proposals, even though you exercised your right to choose by settling on the eventual winner. Let me also thank the Electoral Commission for overseeing yet another transparent and fair election in Ghana. I also thank the security services for their role in maintaining the peace. My thanks also goes to the media for their excellent reportage. Ghana has won. Thank you very much, and may God bless you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Hello, team.
There be some no money weapons. And to me,
election see as a dasses so and Bezema, Kumato and Yan is here for the trust away a woman that means someone I've served already 16 years as a Yan is here. And then made the opportunity to serve another 4 years. That will in Ghana also of 20 years. All the time, they do Biara on formal part, they don't do Biaras. I can't make the Oyamona, what to about whatever I mean, up to force. Your constituency every community out of 174 police stations, we need 171. President Mahama, we need 171. But the Electoral Commission is asking for the professionalism. What do you want? It's also made that police and the security said, be asking, or plan. But all in all, I want to assure the people of Iduma that I will give you an excellent representation. Nothing more, nothing less. Also, I call them Ghana, Rashid Bill, contribute to overall, may the NDC or NP Sawoga in answers not all parliamentary candidates. So far, I'm aware that NDC we will have majority in Parliament. Not just majority, but decisive majority. Absolute majority for GhanaWeb. And MPs over 108 NDC so far. The times when I'm trying to remember, we will this majority in Parliament to benefit the people of Ghana, and not to benefit ourselves, to benefit the people of Ghana. That's our time is loud, is clear. We know the Ghana food we want so governance so we've learned our lessons. I'm sure they've learned their lessons. We'll take some knowledge from this and take some advice from this, and we'll do exactly what the people of Ghana ask us to do. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you, my executives. Thank you, my campaign team. Thank you, everybody, for the support of the NDC, President Mahama, and myself. We will not let you down. The process to this kind of country will begin today. Thank you very much.
I am on the west side. Honorable NDC so parliamentary 57 and over said we are entirely resetting Ghana, including Sunyani West. And so what I say is, we thank God for how far He has brought us. I thank the people of Sunyani West, Nanano Imam, pastors, all traditional rulers, for the immense support that has been given to us. We say that praise be to the Almighty God. We are one people. We are one people. Devoid of all political parties. We got other political parties to make our dream come true. Over years, seasons, decades that we've been wanting the seat for the NDC in Sunyani West. When we talk about the parliamentary seats, now it's so clear. Both presidential and parliamentary, the NDC won in Sunyani West. What we are saying is, we thank you. We are so grateful. The people of Isiate, Chumesi Krom, Mantuka, Ayakumaso, Dumesia Siape, Dumase, Shra, all the people of Sunyani West. We said that to whom much is given, much is expected. And so with the confidence we have in you, we still demand your support as you all rally behind us to reset Ghana, together with discipline, with commitment and dedication. Ghana and Sunyani West will be a better place for us to stay. Because when we talk about development, it doesn't separate MPP and NDC. When the people of NDC, the leadership constructs roads, hospitals, all amenities, necessity to human being. We don't even consult and ask if you are MPP or NDC. We all enjoy together. So with one accord, we've all run together. We don't have any MPP, NDC, DPP, no party. We are whole in Sunyani West. No one should tease each other. Because when we destroy the community, we have nowhere to go. And so all of us, we are happy. Because we've got other political parties to support us to make our dream come true. We say, are you called to all the stakeholders, the security agencies, immigration, police, fire service, prisons, officers, all the institutions, together with the Electoral Commission of Sunyani West for the free and fair election. We can't leave our able agents. You did excellent well, and that is why we are here. And we have been crowned victorious 7th December, and now it is 8th December. We say, are you called to every individual who contributed to this victory? We are grateful, and we will serve to reset Ghana and Sunyani West alive. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
There is no money weapons.
gentlemen of the media, following yesterday's presidential and parliamentary elections, Ghanaians at home and abroad have been sitting on tenterhooks awaiting the outcome of the election. Let me say that the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things: Ghana will win and peace will reign. The people of Ghana have spoken. The people have voted for change at this time, and we respect that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. These are our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do, but we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation. To the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, I know the feeling hurts, given that this is not the result you worked for. I know you would feel there is darkness ahead. That is natural, especially when in all sincerity You gave the assignment your all. But I assure you that we will regroup and come back even stronger. We will take stock of events and pick lessons to guide us going forward. In the interim, I urge you all to look into the future with optimism and hope. We may have lost the battle, but not the war. Let me also use this occasion to congratulate all MPs elect, with special emphasis on those from the MPP side. I would like to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, for his support and guidance over the years. I extend sincere thanks to the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, for her support and wise counsel throughout my tenure as Vice President and during the 2024 electioneering campaign. I would like to thank my wife, Haja Samira Bawumia, who has gone over and above the call of duty in her support for me. My thanks also go to my children, my brothers and sisters, and the entire Bawumia family for their support. I also thank my running mate, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, and his wife Alma, for their strong support in this campaign. I am eternally grateful to our revered traditional rulers, religious leaders, and the generality of Ghanaians for their support. I thank former President Kufuor, the Council of Elders, executives, and the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party for their solid support. To all Ghanaians who voted for me and the MPP to implement our proposed bold solutions, I thank you for the confidence you reposed in us. To all Ghanaians who didn't vote for me and the MPP in this particular election, I thank you for considering my proposals, even though you exercised your right to choose by settling on the eventual winner. Let me also thank the Electoral Commission for overseeing yet another transparent and fair election in Ghana. I also thank the security services for their role in maintaining the peace. My thanks also goes to the media for their excellent reportage. Ghana has won. Thank you very much, and may God bless you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
of the total valid votes cast. Total valid votes in the constituency 32,016. rejected ballot in the parliamentary election, 459. Total vote cast for the election, 32,475. Ladies and gentlemen, by the powers vested in me as the returning officer for the Officer Yogi constituency, it is my singular honor to declare Padu Opon Kroma the Member of Parliament elect for Officer Yogi constituency.
At the end of the day, the votes currently are all provisional results. There were 2 candidates that were parliamentary candidates for the Collation constituency. After December 7th, Valentino Ninoy Norte had 23,558. Senator Ajiman Rollins had 39,700.
NDC so parliamentary 57 and over said we are entirely resetting Ghana, including Sunyani West. And so what I say is, we thank God for how far He has brought us. I thank the people of Sunyani West, Nanano Imam, pastors, all traditional rulers, for the immense support that has been given to us. We say that praise be to the Almighty God. We are one people. We are one people, devoid of all political parties. We got other political parties to make our dream come true. Over years, seasons, decades that we've been wanting the seat for the NDC in Sunyani West. When we talk about the parliamentary seat, now it's so clear both presidential and parliamentary, the NDC won in Sunyani West. What we are saying is, we thank you. We are so grateful. The people of Isiate, Chimesi Krom, Mantukwa, Aya Kumaso, Dumesia Siapre, Eya Dumase, Shra, all the people of Sunyani West. We said that to whom much is given, much is expected. And so with the confidence we have in you, we still demand your support as you all rally behind us to reset Ghana. Together with discipline, with commitment and dedication, Ghana and Sunyani West will be a better place for us to stay. Because when we talk about development, it doesn't separate MPP and NDC. When the people of NDC, the leadership constructs roads, hospitals, all amenities, necessity to human beings, we don't even consult and ask if you are MPP or NDC. We all enjoy together. So with one accord, we've all run together. We don't have any MPP, NDC, DPP, no party. We are whole in Sunyani West. No one should tease each other. Because when we destroy the community, we have nowhere to go. And so all of us, we are happy. Because we've got other political parties to support us to make our dream come true. We say, are you called to all the stakeholders, the security agencies, immigration, police, fire service, prisons, officers, all the institutions, together with the Electoral Commission of Sunyani West for the free and fair election. We can't leave our able agents. You did excellent well, and that is why we are here. And we have been crowned victorious 7th December, and now it is 8th December. We say, are you called to every individual who contributed to this victory? We are grateful and we will serve to reset Ghana and Sunyani West alive. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. This is another day. At the end of this very election, I want to declare the winner for the parliamentary election. At the end of the collation, Jefferson Bamina Saki had 32,735. Abdul Latif Dan had 45,066. That's 45,066. The total valid vote that was cast is 77,801. Rejected 423. So the total vote cast is 78,224 valid votes. Now, at this very time, by the power invested in me as the returning officer for Abdul Masena, I do hereby declare Abdul Latif Dan as the parliamentary candidate elect for Abdul Masena.
as Ghanaians went to the polls to elect a new president. As we know now, John Dramani Mahama is president-elect, at least from what we've gathered from the concession speech from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, who announced his concession some hours back. That makes it official that John Dramani Mahama will be Ghana's next president, although we've not heard from the Electoral Commission. But let's go to the EC now. Let's speak to our man who is stationed there. Mauli is there to give us an update. Let's find out whether the EC has been able to get some details. Do we have any information, any numbers coming in from the National Collation Center? Hi, Mauli.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you doing?
Any new details from the National Collation Center you can share with us?
Yes, so far, the results from the Brong-Ahafo region are in at the National Collation Center. So they came through those printers behind me right there. So they've had to print them out and they've distributed them to the party agents, which are just on the left side of the National Collation Center, where they are all looking at all the information on the documents that they've all received. So all 12 political parties have received the first few results, which have trooped in at the National Collation Center, but those are specifically for the Brong-Ahafo region. So the party agents are going through all those documents. It's an entire document that was printed. It's quite thick with all the information. So basically you'll be having results, presidential results from the Brong-Ahafo region coming in to all the party agents right here at the National Collation Center. So the party agents reps, 12 of them are looking through those documents. If once they are satisfied with those documents, then they will send it to another area within the collation center, where they will also look through, check for every inaccuracies. Once they are satisfied, they send that document to that white table, which is also at the far end of this National Collation Center, where it will then be transmitted. Once they look over that document, it will now be transmitted to Jane Mensah, the EC chair, and then she's going to certify those results. So this is what's going to be happening in the next couple of hours. I know it's been late. It's been about almost 2 days here, but this is the indication of the first results that we are having coming in from the Regional Collation Center to the National Collation Center, where the presidential results would first be declared. So we'll be waiting for the other regions as and when they come.
And Holly, let me just quickly find out from you, since the last time we spoke, while you've been at the Collation Center, I see that the room is quite fuller now. There are more people in there. Who are around? I see some new people in there. Can you just give us an overview of who is in there?
Okay, so basically, so we've had some of the Electoral Commission officials. They are manning the printers here, which are receiving the electoral the results from all the regional coalition centers. We also have some observers, international observers, both from West Africa and also internationally as well. We also have quite a number of journalists, those from Ghana, those from Nigeria, those from South Africa. We have quite a number of them. You can see everyone is monitoring proceedings right now. The party agents are quickly looking through those documents from, like I said, Brong-Ahafo. Those are the first results that are coming in. So the room is quite packed. I think if you come in here, you wouldn't even get a space to sit. So it's quite packed in here at the National Coalition Center.
And your other colleague journalists, those there, I mean, I'm sure from your little interactions with them, what kinds of conversations are they having?
Firsthand, I think it's got to do with a delay in we've had to wait over close to about 21 hours since we've been here yesterday, particularly from when the EC has been having press conferences. There's been a lot of delay in transmitting these results to the from the regional to the National Coalition Center. So time check is about almost 2-3 here, 3 p.m. GMT, and the first results are coming in. We have about 16 regions to go. So you can imagine quite the workload. So basically everyone has been waiting for the first few results to come in. They are now in. We'll have to wait for a few more hours to find out exactly what's going on.
EC chairperson, Jean Mensa, has she been around? Or any of her deputies, any of them at all? Have they shown up?
Yes, early in the morning there was a press conference. It was very brief. Mr. Samotete, one of the EC commissioners, had to address the press. But basically what he said was electorates and also party faithful should be measured in celebration. That was before the vice president and the flag bearer of the MPP conceded to John Mahama. So that took place quite early in the morning. And a few minutes after that, John Mahama also, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia also conceded to the NDC flag bearer, John Mahama. So basically, from that information that he gave us in the morning, we've not had a chance to interact with them yet. But we've been waiting for them to at least address us, because yesterday was about 3-hour intervals for the addresses, but today we've only had one so far. So I think now that some of the results are trickling in, perhaps maybe we'll have to wait and see if there'll be further press conferences that we'll have to attend. But we have the public relations officer of the Electoral Commission. He's been briefing us exactly what's been happening behind, how they are transmitting the results, giving it to the party agents, then it moves to the other place, and then the EC chairperson is the final person that's going to certify. So basically, that's what's been happening here so far.
Molly, thank you very much. I think we'll take it from here for now and come back to you much later, and just to touch base with you to see what's going on at the National Collation Center. So that's my colleague there at the National Collation Center, the EC headquarters, where the results from across the country are expected to be coming in. Molly tells us that so far it's just been the Bono, the Brongafo region that has come through so far. And as you may also be aware, the EC has actually been telling us since morning, or since yesterday, since the close of polls, that they are yet to actually get official results from the region. So this is the first one that is coming through. But we'll be giving you all the updates. And again, the president-elect is John Dramani Mahama. It has to be formalized by the Electoral Commission when the chairperson herself comes to announce it and address the country. That's what everyone is waiting for right now. But let's just have some discussions. Let's come into studio now. I'm still here with my colleague Patricia, but we're also joined by private legal practitioner Sena Hoto. Was it Hoto? Hoto. Okay, great. So Sena, thanks for joining us.
A pleasure.
How's your observation of the election been so far from yesterday? Did you vote, by the way?
Of course, I did.
Okay.
It's my right as a citizen, and I made sure to exercise it.
Okay. But generally, what would you make of the elections since yesterday till now? I want you to give us an overview of what you observed, and maybe some comments from everything that's gone on between that period.
Okay, so generally my observations as a voter and someone who also took time to go around some of the stations, the polling stations, to see for myself firsthand what was happening. It was a generally, largely a peaceful process with some marked incidents across some of the stations. Some of the complaints that were being communicated included, but not limited to, the fact that some of the inks were extremely light, and so people could come in and then vote, go back and just wipe it off with just mere tissue, and then you wouldn't even notice, that anything like that has been done. But fortunately, the system provided by the Electoral Commission is also robust enough to be able to detect that option of people, potentially coming to vote even after they have done same. So it was largely a peaceful process in the beginning, but towards the end, where counting, sorting, and then all the things came in, that was where it got a bit murky. But largely, I believe it's been a very peaceful process.
Okay, let me just also take your let me just get your mind on how you saw the outcome of voting yesterday, from where you went to and from all you've gathered, in terms of people stepping out to vote. What do you make of that? People said there was a low voter turnout. The EC says they had impressive numbers.
Well, I think that it depends on where you go. For some of the constituencies, of course, there's been a bit of voter apathy. We hear that somewhere in the Ashanti region, there's been in excess of about 6 million voters who did not turn up. And so in that instance, you know, that is considered a very serious number. But in large portions of places here in Accra, I think a lot of people turn out to vote. But again, I believe that what is reinforcing that narrative that people didn't come out to vote is that this time around, the polling stations, there were a number of them at a particular location. So instead of, you know, in the past where we've seen that we have just one polling station in a particular area, and therefore seeing large numbers of volumes of queues, people queuing to vote. This time around, we didn't see so much of that. And I believe that it's what may make people think that there was low turnout, but there was actually very good turnout, you know, especially in Accra and some of the places that, you know, I've been.
Okay, so perhaps maybe that's what's contributed, like you said. So I guess perhaps that's one of the good things that have come out from the Electoral Commission, at least in this year, having more polling stations. Is that, will you agree?
Yes, it's something that we will all have to commend them for. Of course, when they do something good, we need to commend them. Where it's not very good, we also need to talk about it in the interest of promoting the democracy that we all cherish as Ghanaians, and we want to see, you know, further expanded within the territories of this country.
How about security? We've reported on a number of scattered incidences across the country, from Nyankpala, where someone was killed, to Ewutu Senya, where we hear another person was killed. The NDC is reporting that at least 4 people have been killed so far in this election, and that's on the back of the previous election, where we had about 8 people who died from election-related issues. This year, if the numbers as we've heard it is the case, well, that's like half of what happened in 2020. Are we going to go past this? What's your assessment of the security related to the elections and the number of deaths that have come out of all of this?
Look, you see, I don't think anybody should lose their life simply because they want to exercise their franchise, simply because they want to share their idea of who should lead the country, they want to be involved in the decision-making process of this country. And so for me, even if there's one life lost, it is a stain on our democracy. Yes, it's an improvement over the previous years. However, once a life has been lost, we must strive as a country to have systems in place so that we do not get to this point. Our understanding was that there were going to be security personnel deployed. However, they're not going to have arms present, and the military was not going to be present. But what we've seen at some of the places yesterday, it's not what was initially indicated or communicated to the parties, because there were places where military people, we've seen videos where military men with their weapons, you know, having a scuffle, fighting with civilians, where it could have gone anyway. Imagine a stray bullet, you know, coming out from, you know, the rifles that were being carried. And so these were, I believe, measures that were put in place so that we don't have these people with these kind of weapons on the premises. Yes, that contributed significantly to the mortality rates here, but because we still had some of them coming in there with it, And so that's why we're still seeing people, dying at voting centers. But this shouldn't happen. We're in the 21st century. We don't have to lose a life because somebody wants to express their mind, express who they want to lead the country.
Now, there's also the bit about how people should be reacting to the results. And I'm asking this because Dr. Bawumia has already come out to concede in this election, and he has already encouraged people to allow peace to reign and allow the process to go through. But just before we came on air, there are already reports that in places like Dom Kwabenya, some youth are vandalized, they are breaking things, and you wonder. And I'm asking this because in all of this is the youth, the young people. Why is it always like that? Why does it have to get to the point that because we want to elect people, young people will take up arms or carry machetes or just anything, want to go around destroying properties or getting themselves in uncomfortable situations like firing guns and things like that? Why are we always getting to that point?
Okay, I think you've kind of put a lot of questions together in just this one that you've thrown at me. But you see, it's a young people's victory. And let me use the opportunity to congratulate His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for such a resounding victory. The presidential candidate for the New Patriotic Party describes it as a resounding victory, for the New Patriotic, the NDC. And so if you look at, coming back to the question, if you look at the dynamics, almost all the tertiary institutions, the election results that are coming out from there, you'd realize that almost all, if not all of them, have been swept by the NDC. The NDC's John Dramani Mahama, telling us, if you look at the demographics and the dynamics of the category of people within such institutions, these are the young people. These are people who are voting or have voted because they believe that the incumbent did not meet their expectation. These are people that have voted because they believe that they don't have jobs. They are just sitting at home and they have completed schools, they have multiple degrees and then all kinds of qualification and are still unemployed. And like it's actually said, an idle mind is the devil's playground. And so if you're having some of these young energies not being channeled into something productive for the country, something that we can all benefit from, then you are most likely to have some of these incidents going forward. And I'd like to charge the president-elect, the incoming president of the Republic of Ghana, to harness these energies. These are the young people that have demonstrated and have put their faith in you as the next leader of this country, as the next captain of ship Ghana. And so I believe that His Excellency has the plans in place, has strategies in place, and we look forward to such implementations that will benefit all young people within this country.
Yeah, Council, before I continue, as you can see the visuals on our screens, this was yesterday. The Obuasi East confronted 2 military guys because already their GAF, their head told them, the Director General told them that this year we're not going to be having military personnel on the ground. It's just the police that will be taking control of everything. So when he met them, he had to confront them. And unfortunately, he ended up they got the military got other people coming in, some of their colleagues coming in to help. But unfortunately, the guy got hurt. Can he sue these people? Can he sue the whole military?
Of course, you can sue anyone you want to. I've always maintained that suing is not a problem. Being successful at your suit is what the problem is. So you need to understand you know, what you're suing for. Were you provoked? What was the circumstances of the case? This could potentially be a matter that will be in court, and so I may not be able to fully, you know, give a breakdown of it. However, in a matter like this, I would have, if I were in a situation like this, of course I will sue, because there are circumstances under which, you know, the whole incident, you know, developed.
Yeah.
And it's not as if there was no provocation. If you've seen the full video, which I have, you would realize that there were incidents of provocation. And so if, you know, he can get in touch with a really good lawyer, I think, you know, he will have, he will likely have his day in court.
Moving to the general elections, Mahama is now the president-elect. We're still waiting on EC to officially declare it. Do you think he coming in will change anything, looking at the circumstances or the state in which the country is currently?
Well, let me take the opportunity to correct something.
Okay.
He is projected as the president-elect.
Okay.
Yes, for all of us, because the NPP has, the leader has come out. I mean, he's potentially the person who would have contested, you know, this election in one way or the other. But if he's come out to throw in the towels, then we are comfortable to say that this is the potential president-elect. But it is only the EC chair that is the returning officer for the presidential election. So it is only she that can say this person is
the president-elect. Okay. So so I'm just putting that on the table. He coming into power or taking over the presidency, what difference will it make? Looking at the current situation, can he change anything? Because it looks like people are complaining that the country is already in a mess. Economic hardship, high cost of living, the cedi to the dollar, everything is in a mess. What do you think John Mahama can bring to the table within this 4 years? Can he change anything?
Well, I believe that the little we can get, no matter how little we can get from anywhere, it's helpful. You know, when a ship is sinking, your first point is not how much water is getting in or not. The first thing that comes into your mind is, how do I seal the leak? And as a country, we've had quite a humongous, you know, leak, you know, in all facets of our democracy, in all facets of our economy. And so I believe that if we have a president-elect coming in, stopping the leak is one of the first things I would, you know, I would consider that it will be topmost on his agenda. And so, yes, it is important that he's coming, and I don't believe that he will not be able to do anything, you know, considering the situation. It's going to be...
Because he's coming in for just 4 years.
Well, a lot of things can happen in 4 years.
Okay.
In 4 years, nations have been destroyed. In 4 years, you know, other countries have had fundamentals and foundations put in place. You see, one of the things that one of the challenges, you know, of this country is that sometimes we don't think in continuity. Okay. We believe that one person comes and then he is supposed to solve the entire problems of the nation, rather than one person comes, builds the foundation, puts in place the systems, the next person comes, lays the blocks, and so if we're thinking in systems like that, then it's a very tough thing to say that it's just going to be a 4-year mandate, and so he will not be able to deliver much. In any case, his first 4-year mandate saw a lot of, you know, infrastructure development. We saw roads, we saw as many hospitals, we saw a lot of e-blocks and things like that. And that was done in just 4 years as well. We know that there is an economic mess, as I mean, we can bluntly put it, you know, under this administration, and we are all hoping as a people that this incoming administration will do its best to seal the leaks and then put in place the foundation that is needed. I don't believe the country is looking for a get-quick scheme of a sort and then hoping that His Excellency John Mahama will just yank a wand and then everything will get resolved within 4 years. But we want to see effort as a people. We want to see, His Excellency and the team, the NDC team, putting in place measures, selecting the right team that is needed to stop, the free fall of the city. Because a lot of the things, we rely on in this country are influenced by the city. We are importing our fuels, we are importing a lot of things, the exports are low, and so if we can have a team, a solid economic team, not the solid economic team we've had in the past, but a team that will be able to, put an immediate halt to it or find a lasting solution to that aspect. We have agriculture, the cost of food prices are going up every day. That is one of the areas that as young people.
And in those areas, hopes are very high.
Extremely.
People want, like, immediately you come, let the city stabilize. We want jobs, we want clinics. The cost of living should go down, like low, within the first year. I believe a lot of people are expecting that.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if that can be achieved within that year, because right now people are angry. I believe they voted out this particular government because of all the negative things happening, and now they're looking to to Mahama for solutions. But that solutions cannot be achieved within a short period of time. You can immediately create jobs, or I stand to be corrected.
Okay. So, things have to take time. And there are other things that could be done immediately. The incoming government has proposed a 24-hour economy that is designed to help create jobs and boost, stimulate the economy. So I believe that within the next year, 12 months or so, that is going to be top on its agenda. So those, amongst others, are the things that we're expecting, the incoming administration to explain to us the modalities. Let us understand how it's going to go about, because like you rightly mentioned, expectations are high. People are voting with the intention that within a month or two he gets a job.
Yes.
But I also want to encourage all of us as citizens, to take our time with the incoming administration, because I don't believe it's going to happen in a day or in a month. But the incoming administration will have to assess the situation, because sometimes it's different when you are outside an administration than when you get in and you see how good or how bad
the situation is,
and then you can inform. But I believe that with the crop of members of parliament that have been coming in, the landslide victories that are coming in, and then with the intentions of the incoming president, we should be able to have these things under control.
All right, Sana, I just wanted to find out from you. I know you were here when we spoke to our colleague who was at the collation center. What do you make of the EC's delay? This has been, 21 hours? What do you make of this?
I find it so unacceptable, because it's been, almost 24 hours past close of polls, and we don't have a single, results from the Electoral Commission on their platform. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I haven't seen any.
No, there isn't.
Because there are lots of people bashing them on social media, because as at now, no updates.
Yes, and if the parties themselves, if the political parties that contested themselves have a system robust enough to be able to know, whether they are winning or losing, such that in less than 12 hours, an incumbent party the leader of the party is able to come out and admit defeat. And up till now, we still haven't gotten any data from the EC.
In fact, when you go to...
I think it's unacceptable.
That's the last time they updated us. That's the EC's X handle. You can see that the last time they updated was 19 hours ago, where they said all is set. This was just showing us that they had prepared the room for national collation. And that's it. 19 hours ago. If you go to the website as well, nothing at all. And this is a little worrying, I must say, because Dr. Bawumia comes to speak and says that he does that early, the timeliness is because he wants to avert any other thing. But then the electoral body, and like you were correcting Patricia earlier, we can't be calling John Mahama president-elect. We can only say projected or any of those other presumptive, those kinds of things. But it's clear, we've seen the numbers. Even if you go on GhanaWeb.com, we have figures. Even we have figures that shows that there is a party that's leading overwhelmingly. What does that do?
I mean, we all have figures. So you have figures, the NDC has figures, the MPP has figures, Chada has figures, and all the other parties, you know, all have figures. But what matters, the figures that matters by law, is the one that comes from, you know, the Electoral Commission. And it doesn't mean that the figures that all the respective parties have are wrong or are not reliable. It's just that the one that we can accept as a nation is the ones that are certified by the Electoral Commission, which is the presidential ones, the ones that are certified by it. And so that's why I find it troubling that we're still at this particular stage. See, once we begin to do things like this, it gives credence to all the speculations that go around, that one party is in bed with the other. And I'm happy that His Excellency Bawumia came in early, you know, because if he hadn't done that, there would still have been a lot of tension out there. There will still have been a lot of tension. At least now, everybody knows that, yes, as much as the EC has not released the results, we all know that it's a win for the NDC. It's now a matter of what percentage and then what volumes. And if the EC does not take charge and then ensure that this is done as early as possible, we may be looking at, you know, situations where people would have to take matters into their own hands, because when figures are released eventually and it doesn't match with what the parties, the respective parties have, and then there's going to be protests, and that's not what we want. We don't want protests now. We want to enjoy the peaceful and stable democracy that our ancestors have fought so hard for, and then it behoves on us to do what it takes to carry on this democracy and pass it on to our children.
In Sunyani West, for instance, the MPP is refusing to sign summary coalition sheet. Their reason is because their reason is because of some irregularities they identified on some of these pink sheets. I believe it wouldn't just be Sunyani West. So, like what Ashi said, if they do not announce, if they do not put their things together on time, and then they come out with a different result compared to what the regional coalition centers have, they're going to protest.
Well, they will protest, but the law is that when an agent of a political party refuses to sign a pink sheet, it doesn't invalidate, you know, the results.
Okay.
So the EC understands what is required, and they should be able to move on. If a party feels that they have not been treated fairly, or they've been dealt the wrong hand, they can go to the courts. That's why we have the courts to, you know, attend to some of these things. You understand? So it's not enough to say that because a polling agent hasn't signed a pink sheet, you will put a halt to the entire thing. Of course, the CI provides a lot of, remedies for situations like this. So we need the Electoral Commission to sit up and then, communicate to its people, its team on site, and then let's have these things resolved.
Okay. I want us to cross over to the NDC headquarters where their chairman, Asiedu Nketia, is addressing the media.
Not announcing the obvious. Because of that, the youth of this country have started reacting. And I think that this is a very dangerous moment in the history of our country. In the weeks leading to the election, you all recollect that the National Peace Council plus other peace industry players came to our office here and demanded of us to sign a peace declaration. We put our cards on the table that peace cannot be guaranteed by the two participating political parties in the election, because you have other stakeholders whose responsibility is to maintain peace at each of the election theaters. And so if they do not commit themselves to conducting their duties fairly, the parties per se cannot guarantee peace. And we put our reasons for not signing the peace agreement forward. We demanded that justice be done in places where crimes had been committed during elections, some of which have been investigated, particularly the Ayawaso West Wogon case, and a report generated with recommendations for sanctions. And yet, nothing has happened to those perpetrators. And some of them, in the lead to the election, were bragging all over the place that NDC is going to win, but we will steal the vote. And if you joke, we kill you and nothing will happen. We brought all this to the attention of the National Peace Council and asked them to actually get the government players to commit to the peace deal and also put in place a naming and shaming scheme where they will be monitoring the conduct of all the signatories, so that when or if they find any of the signatories reneging on their commitment, then they can be named publicly and shamed, and we believe that that will force those actors to take the appropriate action. Throughout all this electioneering process, we have persistently been complaining about Electoral Commission's feet dragging in getting results announced. We have not heard the National Peace Council or anybody in the peace industry calling the Electoral Commission to fast-track their duty of collating and announcing results so that it brings peace in this country. As we speak to you, and earlier on, you were here when our National Communication Officer explained to you the outcomes as per our collation system. And they still are available for everybody to see. And the evidence is overwhelmingly clear. It is not as if the outcomes of the elections is that close that can generate any controversy. President John Dramani Mahama has secured a historical 56%, over 56% of the votes. And these figures are compilations from our copies of the Electoral Commission's pink sheets across the country. So if they have the originals and they have signed and given us interested in peace. And they have, as a matter of fact, that the two key political parties have all declared results that are consistent in a certain direction. They ought to call out the Electoral Commission to live by the commitments they have signed to. I felt disappointed when a deputy chairperson of the commission addressed a press conference virtually indicating that nobody can pressurize them to declare elections and so on. So they should come and tell us if they have any challenges that is impeding the expedition of the collations and declaration. The nation ought to know. But keeping the nation, in a situation where nobody knows what is happening, interested parties are bound to react. In fact, I have been called upon by the National Peace Council to speak to the youth of my party to remain calm. And I have responded that I have done that before 4 years ago. And they remained calm and they were cheated. And nothing happened. So the only way I can call on the youth of my party and of this country to remain calm is where justice has been delivered, and maybe out of jubilation or retribution, I can call them to stay calm, because then you have a government that will ensure that wrongdoers will be punished. And that is the only way I can commit myself to calling the youth to remain calm. We cannot remain calm and be cheated twice. So the way forward is for the National Peace Council and all the other actors to call on the Electoral Commission to expedite action on the declaration. You don't need to declare all the constituency results before you declare the winner of the presidential elections. That can be done. If it is done now, we will then follow up with a reasonable statement calling on our people, those who fear that they could be cheated, to now pipe down, and then there will be peace. But in this situation where everybody is in suspense, if I, as the national chairman of NDC, call on my party people to remain calm and allow themselves to be cheated, I will not survive it. And I'm not. So thank you very much. Today, I'm not accepting any questions, and I'm not answering any questions. Well, Oma this year, any abusuafoɔ ne nsɛntwerɛfoɔ a yɛahyia mu. Megye di sɛ obiara nim sɛ baabi a ɔman no gyina saa bere no, yɛnhyɛ da nyina yie papa. Ɛfiri sɛ abatoɔ yi yɛbɛkɔ mu no, yɛtete nsɛm bebree obiara nim, including MPP foɔ. Say abano de Ghana for beto ama NDC. Nanso yetuma NDC a ye ne wa ba mu ye bewiam. Ye yamfa anye hwe. Me be ye nsontrofo nhia mu ka se oni sasabronsa mu didi a ye nya ne se obema wate.
So that was the national chairman for the National Democratic Congress, the NDC. And he's been saying that EC is dragging its feet in getting results announced, and they've called on the Peace Council to ensure that the right thing is done. He's also saying that Mahama has secured over 56% of the total vote, and they're calling out the EC to live by the commitment they have signed to ensure a free and transparent elections. Asiedu Nketia believes that the EC is keeping the nation in a dilemma because right now the tension is rising again and people do not know what to do. Everyone is looking up to the EC, and he's saying that we cannot remain calm and be cheated twice. NDC wants the EC, they don't need to get all the results before announcing who the new president will be. Whatever they've gotten, they should announce it, update Ghanaians so that this tension at least will cool off. And I'm still in studio with my colleague Echi Atisu and private legal practitioner Sena Hoto. Yes, what do you make of what Asiedu Nketia just said? The nation, we're in a dilemma because we don't know what's next.
Well, I agree largely with what Asiedu Nketia has said, because officially we don't know what is happening.
Yeah.
I mean, unofficially we all know what has happened because the numbers projected by the NDC, which is about 56 point something, and then what projected by the MPP around 55 thereabout. It's hovering around a certain number, but officially we don't have anything.
Yeah.
And if you listen carefully, you realize that tension is beginning to mount because people don't know what is happening, and when people don't know what is happening, there's a likelihood that they get scared. And you see, these are not just getting scared out of vacuum. This is based on an experience that this group of people, the NDC, this is based on an experience that the NDC has had in the past, in the previous election. So if you realize...
they will not be cheated twice. They will not remain calm to be cheated twice.
They will not remain calm to be cheated twice, because that will amount to something else. If you can call off people, or you can speak to your masses or your demographics and calm things down, which was done in the previous election, and the NDC insisted that they were cheated. And so I don't believe that is going to happen again, because yes, we know that His Excellency Mahmoud Bawumia is an honorable person, and he will not come back to renege on whatever has been given. But then the right thing also ought to be done. It is unthinkable that almost 24 hours after end of polls, remember, not at the start of polls, after the end of polls, and we are not even receiving a single official. You know, imagine if, you know, the MPP had not come to give a concession speech.
How
Imagine
the atmosphere would
how
be like
charged
by
the
now.
atmosphere will be.
Yes, that's
because
very
everybody's
true.
going to wonder, why are they cooking up something?
Yes.
You know, is the EC in bed with the incumbent, or there's going to be so much tension. But at least the MPP has made it a bit easier. They have conceded. So I think it should make the EC's work easier. If there is any doubt in their minds, it should clear it up, and then it should move on, you know. And I agree with Mr. Esirin Ketia when he says that you don't need to remit both the presidential and then the parliamentary in order to make a declaration on who the presidential is. Because essentially, as much as we have the presidential and the parliamentary, the bulk of the tension is on the presidential. And so in order to de-escalate the situation, in order to, you know, cool down the tensions, I believe it's a good idea to have the presidential ones come in. So if you realize a lot of the issues that are popping up in the respective constituencies are in respect of parliamentary candidates and then their results. And so because it's in respect of those parliamentary results, then it is what is creating all these delays, or potentially creating delays. And so if the presidential ones have no problem, remit them. Remit them. Remit them. And then that solves the problem. So if you can have the presidential ones declared, and then, you know, within a reasonable time, have the parliamentary ones also declared, then we're making progress.
Could it be that maybe the EC might be facing some challenges that they wouldn't want the public to know? Because they've come up with new system this particular elections, the fax machines and all. Okay, we're going digital, right?
You see, you could see the surprise and expression on my face. Because the EC is funded with public funds. If you have challenges in an election as tense and charged as this, communicate. How many times within the last 24 hours has the EC given a press conference?
Don't you think that they communicating their challenges will mean like they're incompetent?
I doubt
No.
there's anything like that.
I don't.
I'm just insinuating. Maybe I'm asking.
I don't
maybe
subscribe
could
to
there
that.
be
I don't subscribe.
some? Maybe they might be facing some challenges that they don't want anybody to
Otherwise,
know.
maybe Senator, this is what it is. Maybe the EC hasn't put in a system as robust as the political parties have done in collating. Maybe they should be relooking their system that puts together all these results from across the country. Otherwise, like you mentioned, 12 hours, people knew this a long time ago. I'm sure even people who are not in this country were able to put together numbers to even make their own declarations.
Oh, yes.
So, I mean, Patricia,
I believe it's maybe an over complex system that they have put in place, that, you know, there's a lot of bottlenecks, a lot of bureaucracies that is causing a lot of these things to happen. Because if within 3 hours of close of polls, both political parties know at least the presidential, they have a very good idea of, you know, who is winning on both the presidential, at least on the presidential side. And their figures are within, you know, 0.1 margin of error apart, or maybe even 1 margin of error apart. And then the EC, of course, we know that whatever the EC will give us or will put out there must be rock solid and should be able to stand the test of, you know, time, including litigation amongst others. But it should not be too complex to create problems on its own. And so that's why I believe that the EC must, if they are having challenges, they must get the political parties involved. They must keep everybody within the loop. Else we're risking creating up a charged environment where, you know, it's just a matter of time before something erupts, as we are beginning to see and hear.
This is the Electoral Commission 5 hours ago, and these were some messages they were putting out on their socials. And this one says, we urge the general public and all citizens to follow the Commission's periodic announcements as the results come in. If you are saying periodic and it's what, 24 hours, and this one we had a presser, but it was not so detailed. And there are a number of these things where they tell you that the pink sheets actually validate all the results. So I really don't know where the whole thing with the EC thing is. Anyway, well, I mean, but beyond that, is there a way, apart from hearing from the EC commissioner, that we can get around this whole tense moment we are in? Do we have to necessarily, by the law, wait until the returning officer comes to speak to us and tells us this is it? How long can we be waiting?
Well, painfully, unfortunately, there's no other way around it. The EC must come and, you know, give us the results for the presidential.
Can't they be compelled by law anyway to come and declare?
The EC is an independent institution. And if it is taking its time to go through and ensure that the results that are released are credible, and it needs as much time as possible, yes, if it's reasonable, then yes, that can be done. But in EC exercising that reasonableness in its actions and inactions, it must take so many other factors into consideration. Who are the parties involved? What is the environment or the atmosphere? We've seen this happen during Afarijan's time, and you know, he's been able to gauge the mood of, you know, the country and still be able to retain his composure and give us the results. I don't think that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that since the beginning of the Fourth Republic, we've had this much delay in at least getting one.
What happens if it goes beyond today?
We will have to wait.
We'll have to wait.
And so, you see, what is going to happen is that, like the chairman just said, there are people who, you know, the various communities are getting charged up. They believe that their candidates have won, and is being denied, you know, the opportunity to actually sit on the seat. So what is going to start happening is you have people begin to march and protest to the EC regional and national collation centers. And we don't want to have masses and numbers there, because you know, where you have masses and numbers gathering, by the time you realize, you know what they say, the mob has no conscience. By the time you realize, it begins to degenerate into something else. And so, yes, we understand that the Electoral Commission is doing all it can to give us credible results, but time is also of the essence. And so if by providing both the presidential and the parliamentary, it will slow down the pace. The key one
is the presidential.
It can be done in turns, so that at least we can have one that we all know that, okay, this will calm the tensions down. So imagine the Electoral Commissioner comes and says that, hey, this is the result for the presidential. John Dramani Mahama has won the elections as the president-elect for the 2024 elections. You can imagine the moral authority. It's not as if he doesn't have it now. He has all the moral authority now to speak to the people. But you can imagine how, you know, exciting it will be for him to be able to address, you know, his supporters and followers and tell them that, look, it's a slow process. At least the first part has been done. You know, we have gotten what we want. Your vote has been counted. You haven't lost out. And so you can all just go home. Let's stay behind us, our television sets. We have a team of people who are at the presidential and the parliamentary coalition centers, and we're following keenly. When the need arises, we will call upon you. You can imagine how that will be.
As you even say that, don't you think it's maybe the right time for John Mahama perhaps to also come and help douse the tension, say something? Or you don't think he should be out there talking to us by now? Maybe just to encourage people that something for them to be calm. Isn't it a good time for him to also address the nation perhaps?
Well, you are talking about a candidate that has been bitten once by the same approach. It will be virtually impossible for the candidate and the party to agree to do that. Because agreeing to do that is like saying that, okay, we will open up ourselves to, and then submit, you know, totally to the same Electoral Commission that we have had challenges with, the same Electoral Commissions that has shifted and changed the goalpost on the day of elections, you know, including, you know, the refusing to give stamp serial numbers on stamp pads to the agents on the respective polling centers when it had agreed that it will. So there is a lot of mistrust between the parties. So I believe that the Electoral Commission must, you know, demonstrate that it has what it takes to bring everybody to the table, and then also contribute towards downing the tension within the country.
Now, we've talked a lot about the MPP and the NDC, but there's also the general discussion around what people believe could be a third force. For a number of years now, anytime we're going into a general elections, we have that conversation, if there could be any such thing. We've seen it in 2020, we've seen it in 2016, even this year. Let's have a discussion around that. What's your assessment of the people who look like, I mean, officially we don't have numbers, but from what we've seen and their performances, what do you make of that, plus the whole idea of having a third force? Could we get there anytime soon?
Well, I think it's a beautiful concept in theory, but in practice, I don't believe that we are ready and we will get there, at least in my lifetime, you know, by getting to that point where we are having a third force coming. Now, let's be real. Let's all be very, you know, honest to ourselves. We are in a country where, you know, people vote largely based on tribal sentiments, based on religious sentiments, and then we have a few who are what we call the floating voters, who would listen to manifestos and be swayed by them. And then there are just that last group of people who they are just ready to sell it, you know, just give them something and, you know, they will allegedly at least, you know, do your bidding for you. And so I don't see how a third force will be able to come in. And it's not entirely a bad thing. It's good in concept, but it's not entirely bad that we have a two-party state. Because the issue is, if we're having a third force coming, do we have, is the political climate robust enough? If a third force comes in, so let me not use any of the existing parties. So let's say Party X. Party X comes into the picture, and Party X decides to go, you know, as a third force. Now, getting the team that it takes to run a government in place alone, if you would realize, these third forces that you know come in addition to the two major political parties, they even struggle to nominate a vice presidential candidate. And so putting together a team to be able to run the administration, I would have loved to see something like that, where we can have a middle kind of third force coming in, where they can harness the best of both the two political parties, and then have their own people also in there, and then run the system. But unfortunately, I don't see it happening. I don't see it happening in our side of the town.
Why is it been difficult for, and we are going by the projection that the NDC wins this election. Why has it been difficult for any political party to go beyond the 8-year mark in this country, since 92 at least? I mean, perhaps for the longest. Why is that so impossible?
Well, that will be an inquiry into the minds of the Ghanaian people. It's one of the toughest things to do.
Is it just our minds? We just don't want to allow anyone?
Generally, having spoken to quite a number of people on this particular subject, you would realize that people generally have the feeling that when a party stays for too long, one, they get too corrupt. And so at least let's put a pause or a break so that they can leave the scene and another person comes in, assess what has been done. You know, it will give them the opportunity to go, regroup, and then come back, within which time, if they are familiar with some loopholes within the system that can make them extremely corrupt, those loopholes would have been sealed. So that is, you know, one of the theories behind why most Ghanaians will prefer that kind of an 8-year system. Also, we have seen the Ghanaian, you know, voter demonstrate to the world that yes, we may do, or historically we're saying we're doing a party 8 years, party 8 years, but we don't mind shifting, you know, in between if it's you know, it's what will benefit us as a country. We don't mind giving you 4 years, have another person come do 8 years, and then you come finish your 4. We don't mind doing, and I believe that we will come to a point where we will have a political party do 4 years, another political party will do 4 years, and then maybe another political party even do 16 years. You understand? So I don't think it's cast in stone, so that we can say that it's a thinking that should be accepted, because under the Fourth Republic, that's what we've seen. You know, if we lived in the Republic before the Fourth Republic, you would have been asking a different kind of question. Oh, why do we think that coups should happen every 3 months or every 1 year or anything like that? But under the Fourth Republic, this is what we've seen. But I believe that the Ghanaian, as a population, we have grown. We have matured in our understanding of democratic dispensation. We have, as a people, gotten to that point where we can make our decisions and we know exactly what we're doing. There was a time where people will vote and they are afraid they will allegedly take money from one person, and they are afraid, and then they will vote for that person. But in this particular election, I've had several, you know, seen videos floating all around, and then the sentiment is that if you give me money, I'll take it, but I'll vote my conscience.
All right. Thank you, Sena. Let me allow you to get some water to drink for now while we go around and then watch some videos. Let's get videos from across the country. Some videos have just come through. Let's see how some places declared winners for the parliamentary candidates in those places.
So, to let your mama be excited as the winner of this election. What's your take on this?
I don't have any much to say, but what I have to say, no, we hear from the whole horse's mouth. And in fact, I was expecting James to come and declare, but since he himself has thrown style, I got nothing to say. No, we just thank God he accepted his defeat and no, he has just thrown his towel. Then no, Ghana is still Ghana. We still continue the peace that we are enjoying. So no, I have nothing to say. I thank you. I thank him for doing such or for doing that.
Yeah, they're radiasi. Some people saw the abedri. And yeah, I want the answer. Say, Yamiso see here. Why are they? I want to hear him. Into the mechanic say, then Yamiasi. Bawumia, I could dear Queen, so no soon Yami and Shana won't know on Shana name. I did the Yawodia, Nanyawodia, the any dear no. And one in Yamiano. Into your down one say. Send no one, I say, Biamba, and talk with Biamba, send a Ghana for. Into your down one say. Yes, so I did fear and panic in 2 years. So I'm the Musan, and I can't say, I don't want to say.
I never could hear me fair. I am a just say Bawumia, Agasa, ever declare Mahama. Say Mahama, you were a winner. Now, one. The other one met me, I can say. Yet the NDC pen for you say. Say, Omatimi Abua, Yanya, 2 men. Bamu Bayano, Omuya Adia, Timon for Huberto, Timon for Munibechi. Ma Omunya is MPP for MPC in Alpha Humbrasia. No money Timon for El Casa. Say, Bibi Yacha for Nomuka. MP no Otiasia Matimam for President no Otiasia. Na Adia Peno, yes, Aka. Say, ye citizen, ye niachi. Amabo Boni Akufado, and judicially, Atomic General, judges in Abuya, MPP judges for no, Epugana for no, Yakupo Joe Muka. We are Chief Justice in Oyani Podini, while you are back to any Podini. Yakupo and the Joe Muka, Joe Muka Bio, and Yeda, I spend for you, I say. So, Omo and a Betinachi Ghana, I see her.
Media
policies for what I'm going for the past 24 years, NDC watching the big way now. We are prepared to work and the book that we are prepared to make sure that we live the image of that. We are prepared to work with all stakeholders. My question is over here now. You are prepared that you don't want to buy a Juma, you don't want to buy a no, or you are a pesca, you don't want to go. You are over there. What are you because what you are going for you will not succeed. Company Diara, or what I can say, yeah, Baba, you bet to perform, Baba, oh, yeah, Tapa, Tapa should be look better. Tapa, although I'm a young mother, oh, wait, you know, what about for Tapa, Tapa, when they try. Hey, and the council, and then you don't think about yourself, you think about your people first, because the people who voted for you, and it's the people that you need to serve. You are coming to serve you better. We care for the youth. The youth, you are encouraged. The youth, you are motivated. The youth, you have a hope. Say any pardon got sunlight or to a bar. Not one of what said your motor. Obviously, you can find and Miami, a crowd of Chrono 2020 Assembly. Almost sound in your videos, a crowd of what was and on the Kubisi also issue about. I know to celebrate that you are two or say, getting into Muna and into Mutala. Tadi atuonu mo say sabre dia ya de bo beto so ayade abako so mo say abano amadi nkunimu a se na yen nimu say dodo no ko star light to abama ye no ya se agro ne form na yina yen ko bese ne ko akwada ako ya ho ade kakra na aka no ye nimu dia kakra na aka no
double move by Abu Bia vote or Kotu move by. And now Oshakana, Debra Mahama Diano, a year was the son. And it's the Fantia Diano, Mahama Diano. Mama's well renew of Fantia. Nemom Ampini Diana, Yombasomo, What beyond from Ralishan, sir, and couldn't you when you are on Contapa? I do a beer, a good water and you are the Patapa. I don't think the Akacho was the best or so. Obianco and the Juma year, the best share or such enough. None of us here can the camera. And easy. Ghanaian Ghana, Yatia Anton Court, Yara Mahama, they declare we are. Yabata Kunyano. I don't see. We are Brantia, we are Baba. You just see what you saw. Time no swan. You say the change position. I don't know. Only an hour, 2 hours, what did you feel what channel? From next week, I'm not being cancelled.
I haven't slept for some days now, so I'm a bit disoriented. But I must say that the fight hasn't been easy. It has been tough. At some point, it looked like it was the NDC fighting alone. It was the NDC against the NPP. It was the NDC against the judiciary, the NDC against the police service, the NDC against Peace Council, the NDC against everybody. And every issue that comes up with the electoral processes, it had to be NDC raising it up. But after this result, I am convinced that it hasn't been the NDC alone in this fight. It has been Ghana versus NPP. And Ghana versus the people who have decided to take over our resources and plunder it. And so I am very much excited, and I often said that if we had decided to vote for the NPP, nobody in this world would have respected us as Ghanaians. Ghanaians have gone to the polls, and we have decided forcefully that we want His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to come back and be President of Ghana. I am super excited for this decision, and I believe that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has the perfect pair of hands to deliver on his promise.
All right, okay, so right now, as you can see, there is jubilation all over the place. We anticipated this victory, and truly it has come to pass. So all of us are excited right now. So as you can see, it's victory.
I can say now Ghanaians have decided, and we are all happy about the outcome, because the event has been so peaceful, so successful, and then I think this is what we needed to see from the people of Ghana, making a choice that reflects the situation that we find ourselves in. And I believe that this is a lesson to a leadership who either listens or who doesn't listen. So we expect to see that as the outcome of the result, we expect to see the reflection in the economy as promised or during the campaign. So we are expecting to see more of what the people expect from the current leadership. Thank you.
By the way, we congratulate Mahama. He have done well throughout his campaign time. He have done well. So glory be to God. We thank God for that.
First, no. Who kita ska kakra 50 Ghana kra who kita who kodwoma. Who benya niema kitigiti who beba bemia. Nkoda anu be dibi.
I said during the signing of the peace pact that I was sure of two things.
And to be new aduani sa enamunim unya sama 10 cedi na wo dia ye aduani nkoda anu omu nye namu nwi no omu be ye fine. First who be so bi ade a ombre efi se adwuma wo ho enti who be sa na ade a ombre obema wo se se obi so bi ade a onti mi ma wo na wo adwen be ye wo se ebi a nipa nu ni trim yedi enya ni trim na yedi oni bi enya ni trim na yedi oni bi enti bibia be ye amaye se ye todokunu 5 cedi se mi dia mi na mi dia dasa sometimes mi hwene nsumia na mama ma ye na skenke na manum sa na mi dia da enu nyina eye bra nu bi yanim say free education wo ba kwa wo man ska wo man hwi mi sister ba our school wo Kofodua de bia anopa ye sene ni 20 Ghana o si school aduane no ntimi ndi na odi obe yare enti school mu ya nu aduane special a ye to man koda anu enti onu bi no to enti de bia anopa ye man enti free education no omumfa
kida excuse me okay ha ake o ba bien ne esani wo politicians ona wakaseni kaka boyue obotue ame ko swato shin ona no wo yen bi ale ke bele me ame failure wa ba swa me to be no ona wo swa me
ne dare ka do say wanda nyimoshi nyimorado aka wo ame failure ko chofini ne ame bu wagame ame jo wagame ame ka wo huru abode sa wanda nyimoshi nyimo ha wo yekuni wanda la she
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, following yesterday's presidential and parliamentary elections, Ghanaians at home and abroad have been sitting on tenterhooks awaiting the outcome of the election. Let me say that the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things: Ghana will win and peace will reign. The people of Ghana have spoken. The people have voted for change at this time, and we respect that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. These are our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do, but we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation. To the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, I know the feeling hurts, given that this is not the result you worked for. I know you would feel there is darkness ahead. That is natural, especially when in all sincerity You gave the assignment your all. But I assure you that we will regroup and come back even stronger. We will take stock of events and pick lessons to guide us going forward. In the interim, I urge you all to look into the future with optimism and hope. We may have lost the battle, but not the war. Let me also use this occasion to congratulate all MPs elect, with special emphasis on those from the MPP side. I would like to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, for his support and guidance over the years. I extend sincere thanks to the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, for her support and wise counsel throughout my tenure as Vice President and during the 2024 electioneering campaign. I would like to thank my wife, Haja Samira Bawumia, who has gone over and above the call of duty in her support for me. My thanks also go to my children, my brothers and sisters, and the entire Bawumia family for their support. I also thank my running mate, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe, and his wife Alma, for their strong support in this campaign. I am eternally grateful to our revered traditional rulers, religious leaders, and the generality of Ghanaians for their support. I thank former President Kufuor, the Council of Elders, executives, and the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party for their solid support. To all Ghanaians who voted for me and the MPP to implement our proposed bold solutions, I thank you for the confidence you reposed in us. To all Ghanaians who didn't vote for me and the MPP in this particular election, I thank you for considering my proposals, even though you exercised your right to choose by settling on the eventual winner. Let me also thank the Electoral Commission for overseeing yet another transparent and fair election in Ghana. I also thank the security services for their role in maintaining the peace. My thanks also goes to the media for their excellent reportage. Ghana has won. Thank you very much, and may God bless you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
This winning is by surprise, and we thank God. And they should make sure already that Ghana is going to change bigger and bigger than this.
Wanda yo washi money fe jegbo ma de sako. E wa won bi he wale. Wa ha wa president John Dramani Mahama. Ni no fe no de ake ba fe. E ba fe ne hani mbambi e ami asame. Ke mambi asame here. Ke 4 years time okoklo baba. E to amo e baba with very ease. Hey, I guess what you need. Ni na nyuma we crown what you mo. Wakashi da ha Kristo.
If Mama Kama is to come out this James and put Bawumia there, because Bawumia is having the bold confidence to declare the election.
Oh no. Right now we are celebrating. We want the EC to declare officially we are law-abiding citizens. After the EC declares,
we'll be okay.
After the 8 years, we shall win again. These MP people, they are not coming back. Oba power down. Wakabwek Bena.
Has spoken. What do you expect from President Akufo-Addo?
He has slept. I want him to hand over power peacefully. Because of his arrogance, God has shown him that God is for Ghana. So we, the Ghanaians, we have spoken and nothing but the truth, and he will hand over peacefully.
Now, we are not going to wait for them to say hand over. We start working on Monday.
What do you think you have to do?
We have a lot of work to do. We have to clear the dirty works. We have to clear the gurus, clear the big wigs, and clean the Flagstaff House for JM to come.
By cleaning, I don't think the Flagstaff House is dirty. What kind of dirt is at the Flagstaff House?
The incompetent government of Bawumia has messed a lot, so we have to clean that mess.
Talking about Nanado, Dr. Bawumia has spoken. What Dr. Bawumia has spoken, how soon do you expect President Akufo-Addo to also speak, and what do you want him to say?
Yes. You know, last minutes are dangerous. At the last point of the campaign, Akufo-Addo became part of us. So I'm expecting him to congratulate us. Because the work we have done, no political party has ever done it. This year, the work NDC has done, no political party has ever done it. So I'm expecting him to congratulate us.
Tell the MPP supporters.
They can join us. We are all Ghana. After all, Ghana has won. So they can join us. It is a party for Ghana, a party for every citizen of Ghana, a party for the constitution of Ghana, a party for us to re-amend the laws that were, manipulated.
What is that one special thing you want to do to celebrate this victory?
Actually, I would want to, send a message across Ghana that if we are united, nothing penetrates through us.
Mrs. Takra school, Wawushi, yes, free education. Sheka Bow school. Omusala, yeah, was school. A Kankwa.
Yeah, do better now, Martiso. Betty, now no my mope. What am I doing? And Diaso before Abawe Yaki and before I do to ye. One, they do to before 10 years, I bet you are moving. What am I saying? And the free education boy, I wish
4 years, 8 years, no better than I wish. I'm happy before Konomu Kodana, see Omo.
How many Mahama to number 8? How many Mahama to number 8? Yes, yeah, who young to Mano. I'm a fan of my people. The better woman.
The mama all the way, no shaking.
24-hour job is coming to Ghana. We all want job. The youth need job. Yeah, man.
All right, so what I would like to stress much on is our fallen heroes who passed away due to this election. We just want to say, wherever they are, the Lord be with them. May their souls rest in perfect peace. Although they did this for the voice of the people to be heard. That is why all these things happen. We are grateful to them. Our heartfelt condolences to their families and their friends and loved ones outside there. It has already happened. We pray that they get good rest. They fought hard. Ghana has won, and we are grateful. Thank you.
Did you listen to Dr. Bawumia's address?
No, please. I think I was on social media. I saw him congratulating His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I don't know whether it's the bloggers who are doing that or it is from his official page. But he has no option than to congratulate him. And he's been matured enough for doing that. That's very grateful. I think Ghana first. We can work together to make Ghana move forward. Thank you.
Dr. Bawumia has conceded all right. President Akufo-Addo is the head of this nation. Do you expect the president to also make an address? And what do you expect the president to say in his address?
Okay. He's let's say, for now he's still the president because we've not handed over yet. So he still has a say. He has to be a man enough to at least own up to responsibility and say and congratulate His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mahama has been there before and he is also there. It's not a battle, okay? It's a competition and definitely we'll have a winner. And Mahama emerged victorious. So as a father, Akufo-Addo should at least congratulate him and then also advise his subordinate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, so that we can work together to develop Ghana.
What do you have to tell the MPP supporters?
Oh, like I said, it's not a battle, it's a competition. Definitely there must be a winner. We should celebrate together. In as much as there's much joy coming to win the NDC, we are not excluding the MPP. They can join us in jubilating because it's Ghana that has won, not NDC.
At what point or what one single thing made you realize that, look, there has to be a change?
Oh, you know, just like you said, the voice of the electors are very powerful. When there's hardship, people will definitely complain. There's a lot of hardship going on. I can recall previous back, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was holding town hall meetings about the economy. Today, he can't do that. He tried to discredit what the NDC was doing, even to the extent he asked who the NDC economic management team were, but all to no avail. Okay, but today, under his watch, things are messed up. So the hardship is too much, and the people have voiced out, they've gone out to vote, so they've made their choice.
President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things. Ghana will win and peace will reign. The people of Ghana have spoken. People have voted for change at this time, and we respect that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. These are our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do. But we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation. To the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, I know the feeling hurts, given that this is not the result you worked for. I know you would feel there is darkness ahead. That is natural, especially when in all sincerity you gave the assignment your all. But I assure you that we will regroup and come back even stronger. We will take stock of events and pick lessons to guide us going forward. In the interim, I urge you all to look into the future with optimism and hope. We may have lost the battle, but not the war. Let me also use this occasion to congratulate all MPs elect, with special emphasis on those from the MPP side. I would like to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana,
our coverage of the 2024 elections. Already, we know that Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has conceded defeat and has called former President John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him, and he's made some profound words in his speech, including urging his supporters to also accept defeat, remain calm, for the sake of Ghana. He said that there were two things that he said when he was signing the peace pact, that at the end of the election, Ghana will be peaceful and peace will reign. Ghana will be the winner and peace will reign. And so we await the speech of former president and now incoming president of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, but we are told that he is going to do that after an official declaration. So as it stands, we are all waiting for the Electoral Commission to declare the winner. We're told that there's a press conference scheduled for 3:45, but we still don't have the feed yet, and there are no signs that the press conference is going to come off soon. But we have our reporters on the ground who will be giving us up-to-date report. And so stay with us on GhanaWeb TV. And then there are some disruptions. Okay, so before we go to Damango and what the police has said, our reporter Georgia Isi is at the Regional Collation Center here in Accra with some updates. Hello, George. Good afternoon. What can you report?
Good afternoon, Abante. I am currently at the Takra Regional Collation Center in the former head office of the Electoral Commission of Ghana. And yesterday, we've been here since last night. Results, the collation started sometime today. And so far, out of the total of 34 constituencies within the region, 12 has been collated so far. And so they are yet to enter 22 constituencies out of 34.
Okay, George, you said 34 out of 36?
No, total number of constituencies is 34. 12 has been entered, so they are left with 22.
What is the security situation there? Do we have more supporters there like it was when Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had not conceded defeat, or it's a totally different game now?
So like I was saying earlier, the collation of results at the regional collation center started just today. Considering that the concentration was at the constituency level, there had not been any presence of party supporters at the regional level, even since yesterday. And as of now, there's no indication of any party supporter around this place. And the location of the center will not even make it possible for party supporters. The best they can do is to probably mass up at the intersection around the Ridge. They're heading towards the Ridge Hospital or something like that. But for now, there's no presence of party supporters. Security presence is quite okay. Due to the location of the facility, security presence is quite minimal. Even though I can count roughly about 4 or 5 soldiers, and then at least one number of police officers around here.
I guess if there is any other updates, we'll come to you, so you provide for us. That's Georgia Isi, our reporter at the Accra Regional Collation Center. So I told you about some. Okay, so our reporter Mauli Aholumega is at the EC's Collation Center, the main one. Mauli, if you can hear me, how is the situation there?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Good evening.
To us the scene where you are.
Okay, so I'm currently at the National Collation Center, which we have been literally for the last 2 days, which we came here yesterday around 10 a.m. in the morning. And hold on. Just hold on briefly. Okay. Can you hear me?
Hey, Mauli.
Can you hear me? Yes. So we are currently at the National Collation Center where some of the results are trickling in. For now, we have just the provisional results for the Brong Ahafo region. As you can see, that's right behind me. There's a podium that's been set up. The Electoral Commission chairperson, as well as the deputies, will be addressing the press quite briefly. So for now, it's just the Ahafo regional national results that are trickling in at the National Collation Center.
what time the press conference would be?
We've not been told, but I think everything is ready for us to go. The podium is set. The media is here. All the cameras, all the journalists, everyone is ready to go, as well as the observers as well. Also, the party agents are also here, so we'll all be waiting. I'm sure you can hear some music in the background.
Address the press, I guess we'll come back again.
Okay,
That's
so
Mauli
I understand the
Aholumeda,
Electoral
a reporter at
Commission
the
is almost here, Jean Benta, as well as
EC
the
Collation
deputies.
Center. I told you about some disturbances at Damango, and the police have released a statement. We are told that some thugs have actually set the Damango EC office ablaze, and one person is said to have lost his life. And a police statement reads, the police arrest 12 suspects for looting and causing damage to properties in some parts of the country. And this is a press release from the police around 4:03 p.m. today. The Ghana Police Service has arrested 12 suspects for looting and causing damage to properties in some parts of the country. Preliminary investigations have established that the suspects have attacked and caused damage to some state properties, including the setting ablaze of the Electoral Commission office in Damango in the Savannah region, causing damage to some residences of district chief executives in some parts of the country, and vandalizing of some collation centers. Additionally, some of the suspects broke into the school feeding project warehouse in Tamale in the northern region and made away with some items, including foodstuffs. Footages of the attacks, vandalism, and looting have been obtained and are being reviewed by a team of dedicated investigators to get other perpetrators arrested to face justice. We urge the public to remain calm as police officers have been strategically deployed to key locations with intensified patrols to maintain law and order. And that's a statement from the Ghana Police Service, signed by Grace Ansa Kofi, Assistant Commissioner of Police, Director, Public Affairs. And I must say that some of the videos that we've seen are very, very disturbing. You know, cars being blocked, offices being set ablaze, people engaging in all manner of attacks on some other persons. And we trust the police to ensure law and order with the release of this statement, which says that 12 people have been arrested in that regard. You're still watching GhanaWeb's coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. For now, we know who has won the presidential elections, but with the parliamentary, we're still awaiting some results from the coalition centers. And also there are quite a number of things happening around across the country. And so stay with us, we have more for you.
45,735. Abdul Latif Dan has 45,066. That's 45,066. The total valid vote that was cast is 77,801. Rejected 423. The total cast is 78,224.
For a report for us. Hello, Batoma. If you can hear me, tell us exactly where you are and what you can report.
Hello, Avante. I'm at the office of the former president and president-elect John Dramani Mahama at Cantonment, and we are waiting his address to Ghanaians. Former president is expected to address Ghanaians after the vice president and the presidential candidate of the New Pacific Party, Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, succeeded defeat in the just ended presidential election. As you can see, a lot of supporters of the NDC are here eagerly awaiting for the president-elect arrival. The setup, the program, the address is going to happen inside the office, and the gate has now been closed for people to enter. So we are going to take you to the front to show you exactly what is happening there. So as you can see,
the mood being like.
Hello, Avante.
Hello, Batoma.
So, this is, yes, please. Hello.
Office of former President John Dramani Mahama at cantonments here in Accra. You see a couple of media men setting up for what is expected to be a historic address as he makes a comeback to the presidency following what the NDC describes as an overwhelming victory in the 2024 elections after the NDC and John Dramani Mahama lost in the 2020 elections when he sought to get the mandate to continue for a second term. Ahead of this was the speech or address by Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who conceded defeat. And after that 8-minute speech, he has been commended for being a true Democrat. And so these are live visuals. We see some people in party colors, casual conversations happening. And of course, there are two things that arguably every Ghanaian is waiting for: the official declaration of the presidential results, and then an address from President-elect John Dramani Mahama. We are told that the EC is addressing the media, and so we take that address right away. Unfortunately, we don't have that feed yet, but as and when we are able to get the feed, we'll cross over and hear what the EC has to say, whether or not they still do not have all the results, whether they are going to declare some of the results, or they will wait until they have what they are looking for. Remember, the EC has 72 hours after the election to declare. But obviously, some people cannot wait because the two major political parties all have their data now. NPP has its data, and it's for which reason the Vice President of the Republic conceded defeat, and NDC as well. I'm told that our reporter EC is on. Okay, so the EC is on. Let's go for the presser.
Of the results, as I indicated, we have received the results from the Ahafo region, and we believe that the others would be coming soon. Before I end, I'd like to assure you, I think the Commission has walked the walk of transparency. We have walked the walk of accountability. We have walked the walk of responsiveness, and we have walked the walk of inclusiveness. And this has been evident from the very start of our electoral calendar, that is in the preparation of the voters' register to date. I think that the evidence is clear. The matter speaks for itself, as my colleagues in law would state. And the transparent manner in which we have conducted ourselves has ensured that this election has been peaceful, it has been credible, it has been fair, and it has been acceptable by all stakeholders. So we'd like to assure you and assure all the people of Ghana that it is the will of the people as expressed at the polls that has been reflected on the pink sheets that will travel from the polling station to the constituency, to the region, and to the National Collation Center that would be declared at the end of the day. It is the people's choice. As President of the Republic of Ghana, that would be announced, and we believe, so help us God. Yes. So on behalf of the Commission, we thank you very much for your time. We believe that in the next few hours, we are hopeful that the results will start trickling in. And if it becomes necessary to hold another press conference, we will do so. But to the citizens of Ghana, we ask that you exercise some patience. So transparent has been the process, and I believe that, I think right from the first few hours after the opening of the polls to date, we have held, this is the 8th press conference that we have held as part of the 2024 election. Indeed, prior to this time, the Commission held only one press briefing, and that was when the results were going to be announced. We believe that even in the next couple of hours, you would walk with us, you would journey with us on the journey of transparency, accountability, responsiveness, and inclusiveness as we receive the results that will come in from the regions. We assure the citizens that we will work hard in their interest as our key stakeholders to ensure that every vote that is cast at the polling station counts. Well, thank you so much for your attention this afternoon. And may God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make his beloved nation great and strong. Thank you very much.
yesterday's presidential and parliamentary elections, Ghanaians at home and abroad have been sitting on tenterhooks awaiting the outcome of the election. Let me say that the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things. Ghana will win and peace will reign. The people of Ghana have spoken. The people have voted for change at this time, and we respect that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. These are our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do. But we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation. To the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, I know the feeling hurts, given that this is not the result you worked for. I know you would feel there is darkness ahead. That is natural, especially when in all sincerity you gave the assignment your all. But I assure you that we will regroup and come back even stronger. We will take stock of events and pick lessons to guide us going forward. In the interim, I urge you all to look into the future with optimism and hope. We may have lost the battle, but not the war. Let me also use this occasion to congratulate all MPs elect, with special emphasis on those from the MPP side. I would like to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, for his support and guidance over the years. I extend sincere thanks to the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, for her support and wise counsel throughout my tenure as Vice President and during the 2024 electioneering campaign. I would like to thank my wife, Haja Samira Bawumia, who has gone over and above the call of duty in her support for me. My thanks also go to my children, my brothers and sisters, and the entire Bawumia family for their support. I also thank my running mate, Dr. Matthew Kokuprem, and his wife Alma, for their strong support in this campaign. I am eternally grateful.
This winning is by surprise, and we thank God. And they should make sure and ready that Ghana is going to change bigger and bigger than this.
Wanda yo washi money fe jegbo ma de sako. E wa won bi he wale. Wa ha wa president John Dramani Mahama. Ni no fe no nde ake ba fe. E ba fe ne hani ban bi e ami asame. Ke man be a shame here. Ke 4 years time go club haba. Eto mo e baba with very ease. Hey, I guess what you need. Ni na nyuma we crown what you mo. Wakashi da Kristo.
If Mama Kama is to come out of this James and put Bawumia there because Bawumia is having the bold confidence to declare the election.
Oh, no. Right now we are celebrating. We want the EC to declare officially we are law-abiding citizens. After the EC declares,
we'll be okay.
After the 8 years, we shall win again. These MP people, they are not coming back. Oba power down, Wakabwek Bena.
Has spoken. What do you expect from President Akufo-Addo?
He has slacked. I want him to hand over power peacefully. Because of his arrogance, God has shown him that God is for Ghana. So we, the Ghanaians, we have spoken and nothing but the truth, and he will hand over peacefully.
Now, we are not going to wait for them to say hand over. We start working on Monday. We will start working on Monday.
What do you think you have to do?
We have a lot of work to do. We have to clear the dirty works. We have to clear the gurus, clear the big wigs, and clean the Flagstaff House for JM to come.
By cleaning, I don't think the Flagstaff House is dirty. What kind of dirt is at the Flagstaff House?
The incompetent government of Bawumia has messed a lot. So we have to clean that mess.
Talking about Nanado, Dr. Bawumia has spoken. What Dr. Bawumia has spoken, how soon do you expect President Akufo-Addo to also speak, and what do you want him to say?
Yes. You know, last minutes are dangerous. At the last point of the campaign, Akufo-Addo became part of us. So I'm expecting to congratulate us. Because the work we have done, no political party has ever done it. This year, the work NDC has done, no political party has ever done it. So I'm expecting him to congratulate us.
Tell the MPP supporters.
They can join us. We are all Ghana. After all, Ghana has won. So they can join us. It is a party for Ghana, a party for every citizen of Ghana, a party for the constitution of Ghana, a party for us to re-amend the laws that were, manipulated.
What is that one special thing you want to do to celebrate this victory?
Actually, I would want to, send a message across Ghana that if we are united, nobody, nothing penetrates through us.
Mrs. Takra school, Wawushi, yes, free education. She Bow school. Omusala, yeah, was school. A Kankwa.
Yeah, do better now, Martin. So, Betty, now no my what am I saying? And Tiaso before Abawe Yatu and before I do 2 years. One, they do to before 10 years, I bet 2 on film. What am I saying? And the
free education boy, I wish 4 years, 8 years, no better than I wish. I'm MPP from Konomu Kodana, see Omo.
How many Mahama to number 8? How many Mahama to number 8? Yes, we are to Mano. I'm a fan of Tomala Pipanetti.
The mama all the way, no shaking. 24-hour job is coming to Ghana. We all want job. The youth need job. Yeah, man.
All right, so what I would like to stress much on is our fallen heroes who passed away due to this election. We just want to say, wherever they are, the Lord be with them. May their souls rest in perfect peace. Although They did this for the voice of the people to be heard. That is why all these things happen. We are grateful to them. Our heartfelt condolences to their families and their friends and loved ones outside there. It has already happened. We pray that they get good rest. They fought hard. Ghana has won, and we are grateful. Thank you.
Did you listen to Dr. Bawumia's address?
No, please.
So, as Bawumia has told, has agreed to let Mahama be excited as the winner of this election. What's your take on this?
I don't have any much to say, but what I have to say now, we hear from the whole horse's mouth. And in fact, I was expecting James to come and declare, but since he himself has thrown his towel, I got nothing to say. No, we just thank God he accepted his defeat and he has just thrown his towel. Then, no, Ghana is still Ghana. And we still continue the peace that we are enjoying. So, I have nothing to say. I thank him. I thank him for doing such or for doing that.
Yeah, they're ready. Some people saw the abedri. And I want the answer. Say, I'm so seeing here. Why are they? I want him. It's a American say, then Yamiasi. Bawumia, I could hear our queen, so no soon Yami and Shana won't know on Shana name. I did the Nanya, the Anadiano, and one in Yamiano. Until I don't want to say, Sana Wama, Agasaka Biamba, and Tokwe Biamba, Sana Ghana for. Yes, throw ya, had the fear and panic, the 2 years so. I'm Bemusan, and I can't say I don't want to say.
I never could hear me fair. I am in just a Bawumia, Agasaka, ever declare Mahama. Say Mahama, you were a winner. Now, one, the Abakwa Metina can say, yet the Edison Penfold say. Say, Omatimi Abwa, Yanya, 2 men. Bamu Bayano, Omuya Adia, Timanfo Mubeto, Timanfo Munibechi, Ma Omunya is MPP for MPC in Alpha Humbrasia, no Munitimam for Aikasa, say, Bibi Yacha for Namuka, MP no Otiasia Matimam for President no Tiasia, na Adia Peno, yes, Aka, say, ye citizen. Yeniachi, Amabo Boni Akufado, and judicially, Atomic judges in Abuya, MPP judges for Epukana for Yakupo Joe Muka, Obuya Chief Justice in Wayani Bonini, while you are back to any Bonini, Yakupo and the Joe Muka, Joe Muka Pio, and Yeda, Edis Penfoina say, so Omo and the Betinachi Ghana, I see her, Manasi.
Why are you so? Because we are going to dance away there. And you go dance away there. And you can't go to be an afternoon. Why are you here? What more? What more? Why are you here? Why are you here? So, why are you dance to the woman? I said, go dance to the woman. I said, once more, 200. Once more, another bachelor. Why are you?
About the idea of life of Pomu. About the idea of life of Pomu. Ezu.
This winning is by surprise, and we thank God. And that you make sure and ready that Ghana is going to change bigger and bigger than this.
Wanda yo washi money fe jego ma de sako. E wa won bi he wale. Wa ha wa president John Dramani Mahama. Ni no fe no dey ake ba fe. E ba fe ne ani ban bi e ami asame. Ke man bi asame here. Ke 4 years time ko club aba. E to amo with very ease. Hey, I guess what you need. Ni na anyuma we crown what you more. Wakashi da ha Kristo.
If Mahama come, he should come out this Ghanaian and put Bawumia there because Bawumia is having the bold confidence to declare the election.
Oh, no. Right now we are celebrating. We want the EC to declare officially we are law-abiding citizens. After the EC declares,
we okay.
After the 8 years, we shall win again. These MP people, they are not coming back. Oba power down, Wakabwek Bena.
Has spoken. What do you expect from President Akufo-Addo?
He has slept. I want him to hand over power peacefully. Because of his arrogance, God has shown him that God is for Ghana. So we, the Ghanaians, we have spoken and nothing but the truth, and he will hand over peacefully.
Now, we are not going to wait for them to say hand over. We start working on Monday. What do
you think you have to do?
We have a lot of work to do. We have to clear the dirty works. We have to clear the gurus, clear the big wigs, and clean the Flagstaff House for JM to come.
By cleaning, I don't think the Flagstaff House is dirty. What kind of dirt is at the Flagstaff House?
The incompetent government of Bawumia has messed a lot. So we have to clean that mess.
Talking about Nanado, Dr. Bawumia has spoken. What Dr. Bawumia has spoken, how soon do you expect President Akufo-Addo to also speak, and what do you want him to say?
Yes. You know, last minutes are dangerous. At the last point of the campaign, Akufo-Addo became part of us. So I'm expecting to congratulate us because the work we have done, no political party has ever done it. This year, the work NDC has done, no political party has ever done it. So I'm expecting him to congratulate us.
Tell the MPP supporters.
They can join us. We are all Ghana. After all, Ghana has won. So they can join us. It is a party for Ghana, a party for every citizen of Ghana, a party for the constitution of Ghana, a party for us to re-amend the laws that were, manipulated.
What is that one special thing you want to do to celebrate this victory?
Actually, I would want to, send a message across Ghana that if we are united, nobody, nothing penetrates through us.
Mrs. Takra school, Wawushi, yes, free education. Sheka Yebo school. Omusala, yeah, was school. A Kankwa.
Yeah, you better now, Martiso. Betty, now no my idea. What am I saying? And Tiaso before Abawe Yatu and before I do 2 years. One, they do before 10 years. I bet you are moving. What am I saying? And the
free education boy, I wish 4 years, 8 years, no better than I wish. I'm MPP from Konomu Kodana, Siomu.
How many Mahama to number 8? How many Mahama to number 8? Yes, yet may who young to Mano. I'm a father to my love people.
The mama all the way, no shaking. 24-hour job is coming to Ghana. We all want job. The youth need job. Yeah, man.
All right, so what I would like to stress much on is our fallen heroes who passed away due to this election. We just want to say, wherever they are, the Lord be with them. May their souls rest in perfect peace. Although they did this for the voice of the people to be heard. That is why all these things happen. We are grateful to them. our heartfelt condolences to their families and their friends and loved ones outside there. It has already happened. We pray that they get good rest. They fought hard. Ghana has won, and we are grateful. Thank you.
Dr. Bawumia's address.
No, please. I think I was on social media. I saw him congratulating His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I don't know whether it's the bloggers who are doing that or it is from his official page. But he has no option than to congratulate him. And he's been matured enough for doing that. That's very grateful. I think Ghana first. We can work together to make Ghana move forward. Thank you.
Dr. Bawumia has conceded all right. President Akufo-Addo is the head of this nation. Do you expect the president to also make an address? And what do you expect the president to say in his address?
Okay. He's let's say, for now he's still the president because we've not handed over yet. So he still has a say. He has to be a man enough to at least own up to responsibility and say and congratulate.
Ghana is green and it's green forever. Ghana is green and it's green forever. We are green forever.
There's nothing they can do. We bury them. We bury them like never before. Yeah, Bosu, you know.
Yes, I am the constituency organizer. We thank Allah. Very, very good. Very, very good. It is a very big victory to all of us. Mama Faja Jafa, we thank Allah. We thank God. We thank everybody. We thank the youth in Ghana. We thank everybody in Ghana because the race is between the youth and then MPP. So we thank the youth. We thank everybody. Things are very, very difficult. And then we know, inshallah, by the grace of Allah, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the incoming president, we will cross the road. Thank you very much. Inshallah, life.
We thank Ghana. We thank everyone. We thank everybody for voting for Ghana, for voting for JM, for his coming back again. We are grateful. I said in NDC, we don't give up. In our camp, we don't lose, and we will not lose. Ghana for Munyabutra, just kule. Things are going to change. Things will change. Things will change. Just give us some time. All that we say is thank you. Thank you. Thank you for voting for JM, for coming back again.
Oh, it means a whole lot. It means a whole lot to Ghana and then a whole lot to the NDC. Yeniaji papa. Omo na nkase hu se ne ekoso no nyenti ese ede ya system enti na ya system no. Enti it means a lot to us. We are all happy.
feeling very good. All around is a zoo and it's been a sa. So we are here celebrating our victory.
I feel great. I feel happy. I feel excited and emotional. Besides that, I also see that there is a huge responsibility on the NDC that is also heavy on my mind, because then we are seeing a lot of people here who have so much hope, okay, and they are looking forward to the NDC coming to rescue this nation from so much. We are talking about people wanting accountability. That won't be easy. So in as much as I'm happy, I am also burdened with the responsibility that has fallen on the shoulders of the NDC and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and Professor Jenna Opoku-Agyeman. I also know that this country has been plundered so bad that it will not be easy for us to rescue it from its economic shackles.
We have won the election, we know, and Opana had already come to accept the fate. So right now, it is possible, has done the possibilities for us. So right now, we're just waiting for the Electoral Commission to declare the results, and we move on with the celebration. Ghana has come to an end of suffering, captivity, economic hardship, corruption has come to an end, and right now the unnecessary taxes and e-levy and things are coming to an end, and we are very happy. We are very, very happy.
And so there's a huge responsibility ahead of the NDC, and like His Excellency John Dramani Mahama said, he has a 120-day contract with the people of Ghana. There is no time for honeymoon. As the people of Ghana has voted massively for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and Professor Jenna Opoku-Agyeman, we are going to move immediately to start working for the people of Ghana, because that is why they have voted for us. So if you ask me how I'm feeling, I am feeling very good. I am feeling very happy about the win. I am also feeling very emotional about the rates, because I knew we will win, but I didn't think it would be this huge, and especially the results being churned out from Ashanti region is most shocking. I am excited, but also I feel a heavy responsibility to contribute so that the vision of the NDC and the vision in our manifesto will come to fruition.
You mentioned how the country has been plunged into a debt. Amongst everything that has happened, there's, whether it is a scandal, whether it is corruption, what is one single thing that stood out for you, that hit you so much that you said to yourself, no, there has to be a change? One single thing.
I have always been an NDC woman. I have always believed in the ideas and philosophy of the NDC. We are social democrats. We do not believe in business owning democracy, although we believe that we must empower individuals who, want to build their own businesses. But we are always for the general good of the people. And so I've always maintained that the NDC, if I had my way, the NDC will rule Ghana forever, because I know that the NDC have the people at heart. And so there was nothing like a defining moment for change for me.
In terms of the government, in terms of what has been happening under the government, the scandals, the issues that has been popping up, what is one single thing that stood out for you?
Everything, like I've said. I mean, I've never trusted this government to begin with. So there was no defining moments for me. They have always been corrupt, right from President Kufuor's time till President Nanado's time. I have never been impressed with them anyway. So there's nothing like a defining moment for me.
The NPP has been boasting from over 20 years now that Dominic Bawumia belongs to them. But Dominic Bawumia Lagata, together with the people, the branch executives of Dominic Bawumia, has made a change. General Asiadu Kate he went to Parliament and told the parliamentarians that he will change Michael Kwei Sr. And when he came to Dominic Bawumia, he told the people of Dominic Bawumia that he is changing Michael Kwei Jr. And exactly what has happened. Eli Akurugu has won the seat hands down, and nothing can be done. Dominic Bawumia, the people of Dominic Bawumia are looking for a new face, and we have brought a new face. What we are expecting is that a massive development. One, John Dramani Mahama has brought a lot of massive development projects in Dominic Bawumia. That place is not for which the people didn't vote for him. But today, they thought it right that it is time they compare the two, which they did, and then today, Electoral Commission has won that seat, hands down.
I did a little bit of history, and if you look at the history of this NPP government, I do not think that after going through that history, you would even have an iota of belief in them that they have this country at heart. They are only for themselves, their fathers were for themselves, and their children are for themselves. They never think about the people of Ghana. So for me, I've never had any trust in the NPP government.
Considering the magnitude of victory or defeat, depending on how you want to define it, how much of a burden do you think the NPP has in terms of reorganizing itself?
Well, I think that His Excellency, the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has totally collapsed the NPP. I mean, you can see that I am on the outside, but it's so visible. You can see that there are different factions in the party, and that is because some people think they have power and they are kingmakers, and so they can choose other people over other people, but that is their problem. I feel like the NPP has sat aloof and watched President Nana Addo destroy their party. I don't know how they are going to recover. I don't know how they are going to reorganize, but like I said, I've always been an NDC woman, and I do not wish that they reorganize or recover from this defeat. I hope they stay in opposition forever.
I don't wish the NPP well.
Not at all.
We told them that one day our father will come back again. Our father is John Dramani Mahama. He fought and he said he'll come back again. He said Ghanaians will remember him one day. His word was when I cried. He told us that Ghanaians will remember him one day. And today, Ghanaians are remember.
They are talking about breaking the aid, and we have taken the aid from them. So this was a signal to them that they should concede defeat the moment we are balloted for the positions.
Jeff, we love you. Jeff. Ghanaians have remembered you. You are this. I saw you, I was crying. Jamama Fisher. It's about that certain determination is a success. Winners don't win, winners don't win. But Jamama and Warren of Ghana. Now, from tomorrow is Ghana. Jamama says that. Ghana will say, yeah. Jamama, we love you. That's what they
Oh, $2,000. About your friend say, Nino, your friend say, Nino, your friend Nino, hey, about you.
So it's the final lap. We're concluding our conversations here on GhanaWeb TV's election desk. If you just joined us, welcome to our coverage of the 2024 elections. I am Benefo Boabin. I am in the studio with Eche Atisu. My colleague Patricia joined us earlier, and we have a final conversation as the EC has had its press conference. First press conference after the polls ended, and this comes after Vice President and presidential candidate for the NPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, conceded defeat, and the NDC calling on the EC to declare the results. They have said that the NDC has been able to collate its results, same as the NPP, and so they don't understand why the EC will still be holding on to the results. The EC chair, Jane Mensah, has been speaking to the media quite a number of things that she said at the press conference. She blames the coalition delays on attacks and then calls for calm. She has also said that the EC has 72 hours and it's barely 23 hours after the polls were closed, and so still asking that you exercise some patience as they get all the results ready. Let me read some excerpts. Let me read some excerpts of her statement. It says, some supporters in their anxiety and excitement have besieged collation centers, obstructing our offices and in some cases destroying essential equipment. This has significantly slowed down the collation process at various centers. Our officials need unhindered access and a safe environment to work. We have communicated directly with the leadership of the political parties to record their supporters from these centers. It says, where results from a constituency are delayed and it is evident that it will not impact the outcome of the presidential elections, we will proceed to declare the results. This decision ensures that we don't waste time unnecessarily while maintaining the integrity of the process. She has assured that we have walked the path of transparency and accountability throughout this electoral process. These results we declare will reflect the will of the people as captured on the polls. Let us protect the peace and democracy Ghana is known for. So those were statements from the EC asking that Ghanaians exercise patience because the EC has not been able to collate the results for the reason that some people besieged their offices, attacked their offices, and so they don't have all the details. We come back to the studio, speak with Dr. Kafi Chekpo, who has been with us since yesterday. We've been having conversations around the elections, and as we conclude our discussions too, we need to conclude with him. We'll talk about the Damango crisis, as the police has been able to arrest 12 persons. They are said to have, attacked a collation center and also set the Electoral Commission office in Damango in the Savannah region ablaze. And so these are some of the few things that are coming after the elections. There's also been reported attacks in Dome Kwabenya, quite unfortunate scenes over there. But let's first begin with the EC's response, the call for the EC to declare the results. I mean, it's been 23 hours. Okay, let's say 24 hours because it's past 5. Do you think that the people are giving the EC an undue pressure, considering that they have 72 hours to declare their results?
Thank you very much, Abrantipa. The issue is that the EC has brought this upon itself. If you listen to the EC, it's made it clear that even though it has 72 hours to declare elections, it was able to do that in 48 hours in the previous elections. Mind you, we were not too sure what declaration that was because we had conflicting figures at the point of declaration. One would have thought that the EC would have learned from such mistakes and undue administrative barriers to the declaration of results. Indeed, again, in the EC's own statement or presser, it was made clear that besides the polling station, no counting of ballots occur again. What actually happens is just the collation of results. One would have thought that in that case, there was nothing wrong with the system that was in place previously, where right from the constituencies, collated results are transferred straight to the EC for verification and then authentication in terms of the parliamentary elections. For the presidential election, for which the country is a single constituency, all results from the polling stations go to the constituency collation center. is sent to the EC at the national headquarters, and then the EC, being the returning officer, verifies him together with the political party reps and declares them. This is a very seamless and straightforward process. I still don't understand the thinking behind the EC amending the current CI that guides election to bring in regional collation centers. This is what is causing the delays in the release of results. Mind you also, in 2016 and 2020, there were issues with the statement of polls, or what we call the pink sheets. In both 2016 and 2020, there were disputes as to which of the declaration of polls was correct, because both political parties had conflicting statements of polls. Now, in 2020, when the NDC, for example, went to court, a similar issue arose. Now, at the very minimum, or the sum of the Supreme Court decision in both the 2012 and the 2016 and the 2020 election petition verdict is that it is whatever the EC says is final. That is final. The court is not interested in overturning results. The court claimed, per its previous ruling, that it doesn't have the capacity or is not interested in walking through the process with political parties to verify whether or not whatever has been declared is indeed the true will of the people. In that case, the political parties have now assumed the defenders of their own ballots, where they have put in place measures to guard their ballots jealously. What we are seeing now is the case that because the EC has put in place excessive bureaucratic processes, it is not able to move fast enough to ensure that results have begun to trickle in. Indeed, I mean, those of you who have been covering election in this country will know that by now we would have had over half of the constituency results on the EC's website. As we speak now, there is no single result on the EC's website. That is supposed to be the feed to the nation. But how is it that one of the interested parties, or the interested parties in the election, be the political parties, have collated from all the 40,000 polling stations, have those results, and mind you, those results are certified. They are certified to the extent that the presiding officers and the various polling agents of the political parties have all signed to it. As we speak now, the only dispute we have heard of are disputes at the collation center. And those disputes are arising out of foreign materials, the allegation of foreign materials being introduced at the collation center. There has been so far no dispute about the counting process at any of the polling stations. There have been no dispute about the collation of results at most of the constituency collation centers. So in its essence, what we are facing now is that the EC has boxed itself in a tight corner where it is unable to go along with the mood of the general public because it has put in place measures that it itself cannot fast track and cannot regulate. People are of the belief that it is this same mechanism that led to the altering of results in previous elections. And so there is a need for them to now guard their own ballot boxes or their own statement of polls. And that is why we are seeing a lot of people amassing at collation centers, because they no longer trust that the EC and its assigns at those collation centers are going to do the right thing to uphold the will of the people.
You mentioned that the process is too bureaucratic. Would that not be an EC trying to ensure that what they have at the collation center is truly a reflection of what was counted at the polling centers?
Again, and I think we've discussed it here previously during the day, The EC's processes are quite clear and straightforward. At the polling station, ballots are counted at the end of polls. At the polling station, if an agent of a political party or a contestant feels that the counting process wasn't smooth or there was an issue with the counting process, that agent can recall for counting to be done. But that can't be done more than twice. Afterwards, no counting is done. What is done is that the results of the ballots that were cast at that particular polling station are recorded on a statement of declaration form. That form is taken to the collation center. What happens at the collation center is that the returning officer for the constituency puts together all the declared results from the number of polling stations in that particular constituency and then tallies them and declares. It's simple. Now, at the regional collation center, it's the same arithmetic. So what we are saying is that if at the regional collation center, the arithmetic goes wrong, what happens? Do we have to come back to the polling station and begin to recount again until we get to the region and ensure that whatever the regional collation center is tallying is in tandem with whatever was tallied at the polling station and then the constituency collation center before it goes finally to the national headquarters? No. The EC itself has been clear in its statement over and over that is not what it is. So what is the essence of having a regional collation center when there is nothing for them to rectify?
With the vice president and of course the presidential candidate of the NPP conceding defeat, to what extent will this delay affect anything?
Well, we are in a country where every political party that is serious with the polls is able to determine, at least by 2 a.m., whether it is winning or it is losing. Now, as much as one party has come to concede, it doesn't mean anything. Because that party that has conceded, one, is not a returning officer. That party has no constitutional mandate for this election. And so whatever that party has done is inconsequential to the processes of the EC as enshrined in the CI that is governing the polls. Right?
Yeah.
So again, the EC is forced to still go by whatever processes it has put in place. The unfortunate thing for the EC is that it never instituted a flexible system for it to be able to amend itself to the exigencies of the time. And so as much as the MPP's candidate has conceded to the candidate of the National Democratic Congress, it still doesn't speed up the process that the EC has put in place. Unfortunately, because also the same process has led to experiences where figures have been doctored at the constituency collation centers and the regional collation centers in previous elections, people are now very vigilant. Indeed, the EC, both at the Supreme Court on 2 previous occasions and in several of its presses, has maintained that elections are won at the polls. Political parties are responsible for securing their interests at every election. And it is exactly what the political parties are doing. Indeed, I've heard the National Democratic Congress say that it has been called upon to ask its supporters to exercise restraint. Yes, of course, we all caution restraint because we don't want more bloodshed as we have already heard of. We are all calling for restraint because we all want to live peaceably. We are all Ghanaians, regardless of whatever political affiliation that you might have. But the thing is that we are also in this country where people have sought to abide by the rules only to be shortchanged at the end of the day. And what came out of that process was that they had to accept defeat. If this person is saying that I am no longer going to accept defeat, and I'm going to ensure that the processes run smoothly, or I'm going to police the processes to ensure that my interest is safeguarded at all times, I think it is fair to do that. What the lesson out of this is that the EC must ensure that it streamlines the collation and transmitting of results in a way that shouldn't take us more than 48 hours to declare henceforth.
But where I was driving at was the 72 hours that they have, and considering that we've had the main one of the main contenders say that they've conceded defeat. Would that, and of course, Dr. Bawumia mentioned in his speech, the reason he has come to say this, even when the results have not been declared, is to ease the tension. He doesn't want a situation whereby we will feel it. Is that not enough to let the EC operate within the 72 hours that it is given by the Constitution?
Yes, ordinarily that is enough. But when you have had a people who have swallowed misgovernance for a long time, when you have a people who have been subjected to exigencies of power in ways that they have never experienced in their lives, if you have a crop of people who have been subjected to harsh economic realities in the past couple of years, you don't expect them ordinarily to sit down, fold their arms, and expect an EC that from all its actions and its demeanor for the past couple of years has shown that it is more inclined to do what it wants to do rather than to build consensus as to what needs to be done. That is where the problem is coming from. Indeed, we all know that under Charlotte Osei, for example, it took about 78 hours for Charlotte Osei to declare the elections of 2016, which led to Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo being declared as president. There were some tensions in the country, but people still trusted the process because as up to that point, the EC had built a form of credible image for itself where whether you had your agents there or not, the process could take care of itself. Unfortunately, that hasn't been the case ever since. So as much as ideally we should allow for the 78 hours for the EC to work within that time span, it is also because the EC itself has not shown faith, has not shown fidelity to the process itself on previous occasions. And this is what is causing a cross-section of Ghanaians to pour onto the streets, to start jubilating, and to, in a way, start putting pressure on the EC to formally declare the result. However, I can understand the EC's constraint because these are legal processes. If the EC flouts any of them, I am not a legal practitioner, but I am sure that any citizen of this country, registered member of a political party at the same time, can take the EC to court for flouting its own regulations in declaring the result. And that is why the EC is also being cautious to ensure that regardless of the fact that political parties have their results and that one party has conceded, they would not want to rush and take any decision by way of declaration of the results.
Quickly, let's touch on the violence, pocket of violence that have been recorded. So we've seen Dome Kwabenya, we've seen that of Damango, which has resulted in the arrest of 12 suspects. A statement on the Ghana Police Services X handle says the Ghana Police Service has arrested 12 suspects for looting and causing damage to properties in some parts of the country. Preliminary investigations have established that the suspects have attacked and caused damage to some state properties, including setting ablaze of the Electoral Commission office in Damangu in the Savannah region, causing damage to some residents and district chief executives in some parts of the country, and vandalizing of some collation centers. Additionally, some of the suspects broke into the school feeding project warehouse in Tamale in the northern region and made away with some items, including foodstuffs. Footages of attacks, vandalism, and looting have been obtained and are being reviewed by our team of dedicated investigators to get other perpetrators arrested to face justice. We urge the public to remain calm as a police office, as police officers have been strategically deployed to key locations with intensified patrols to maintain law and order. If we were wrapping up on this one, what would be your general assessment of security as far as the elections is concerned, from the moment that we started up until now that the police have made some arrests?
Well, I must say that it is quite unfortunate that we are experiencing such pockets of violence, especially with regard to the looting that has happened in Damangu. Indeed, it is also quite despicable on the part of residents in other places such as the Chiman to have attacked the district police station where some of the election materials are being kept for collation purposes. Indeed, no matter how frustrated you are at a process, violence is not a means of resolving the fastness or the displeasure with the process. And I think that we must make that very clear. The police is encouraged to try and fish out those culprits of the looting and vandalism and prosecute them accordingly. That is, if they are able to do their investigations well. However, I must say that the security for these particular elections has been quite on point. Well, as a human process, there will be lapses here and there. The Ghana Police Service can only improve on the security processes or protocols for election going forward. However, it hasn't been as bad as previous elections where the incidents of violence have been very rampant in a number of hotspots across the country. And you agree with me that most of the hotspots that we know, Asanwasi, Odudu, they've all been
relatively quiet,
very quiet this time around, which means that there is some positive that we can pick from the Ghana Police's election security protocols. But then I think that again there is a need for, as much as the EC says that it is not in charge of security, there is the need for them to understand that their actions borders on the security or insecurity of the electoral process. What you are seeing now is as a result of the EC's own processes. You realize that yesterday, during the polling process, everything was generally calm. Even the counting process didn't elicit such much dispute or contestation as we had imagined based on previous elections. However, it is the collation which doesn't really involve counting, because everything is already declared on a sheet of paper. It's only for the returning officer to put the various polling station results together and then come out with a final declaration. That should have been a seamless process, if you ask me. To the extent that that is what is causing some of this violence across the country, isolated violence across the country, should tell us that the EC must reflect on this particular process, must put in place a more seamless and straightforward process that is very transparent, open, and foolproof from manipulation going forward into subsequent elections.
Right, so that's Dr. Kafi Chepko, who is a research associate with African Leadership Center. He's been with us for the period in which we covered the election. We're wrapping up quickly. My colleague Eche Atisu still here with us. Eche, finally, we've had to bring this coverage to an end. Any words for our viewers?
Well, I just think that for ourselves, first of all, I think that we've done beyond what we imagine we could do for ourselves. We've been here trying to bring you all the details as much as possible. Our colleagues who have been to the field, and one of our colleagues actually was attacked yesterday, and it's just because we wanted to bring you the best of the coverage of this election. So I just think that, as the EC chairperson has said, and as we've agreed, they have 72 hours after the close of polls to be able to declare the results. There's already excitement in town, but we can only be patient until the constitutionally mandated persons come out to tell us what the final results are. So I guess that'll be it. We've put in our bit for now, but we'll still be around to bring you the details. We're still your plug as this online for anything around the elections.
All right, thank you very much for staying with us on GhanaWeb TV. It has been Election Desk, our coverage of the 2024 elections. For more news, visit our website, www.ghanaweb.com. Okay, so we understand that we have a feed from the EC. I'm told the EC. Oh, okay, right. So I got the wrong information, rather. We will come back when the EC is ready to declare the results. I thought I heard that the EC was ready to declare the results. Yes, so it was going to sound like a miracle, because it's been less than 2 hours since it says it was not ready. So I was wondering what could have fastened, quickened the process. Yeah, right. So when the EC is ready to announce the results, we will be live here on GhanaWeb TV when former President John Dramani Mahama, I beg your pardon, who is the president-elect after Dr. Bawumia had conceded defeat to him, is also ready to speak. We would come and give you that feed as well. For now, we are told that you only address the nation after the official declaration, and so we await that. Thank you very much for watching the show. Patricia was one of the people who were here as host. Eche Atisu, myself, Benefo Boabin, together with the entire production team. I didn't hear that. You have any information for me? Thank you very much for watching the election desk. We say thank you to our production team, everyone who contributed to the production of the show. Bawumia, director of the show, Anyale, Dokas, who is in charge of production, Buddha, Shiloh, all the camera guys, all the people who went to various polling centers to bring you the coverage. Those who were journalists, those who were videographers, our team of graphic designers, everyone, the creators, the CEO, everybody, whoever contributed to this production, thank you very much for being a part of this historic moment. We are back when the EC is ready to declare the results, and when President-elect John Dramani Mahama is ready to announce.
the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing of the Peace Pact that I was sure of two things. Ghana will win and peace will reign. The people of Ghana have spoken. The people have voted for change at this time, and we respect that decision with all humility. I thank God Almighty for how far He has brought me, and I submit to His will. I am making this concession speech before the official announcement by the Electoral Commission to avoid further tension and preserve the peace of our country. It is important that the world investor community continues to believe in the peaceful and democratic character of Ghana. These are our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do. But we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation. To the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, I know the feeling hurts, given that this is not the result you worked for. I know you would feel there is darkness ahead. That is natural, especially when in all sincerity you gave the assignment your all. But I assure you that we will regroup and come back even stronger. We will take stock of events and pick lessons to guide us going forward. In the interim, I urge you all to look into the future with optimism and hope. We may have lost the battle, but not the war. Let me also use this occasion to congratulate all MPs-elect, with special emphasis on those from the MPP side. I would like to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, for his support and guidance over the years. I extend sincere thanks to the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, for her support and wise counsel throughout my tenure as Vice President and during the 2024 electioneering campaign. I would like to thank my wife, Haja Samira Bawumia, who has gone over and above the call of duty in her support for me. My thanks also go to my children, my brothers and sisters, and the entire Bawumia family for their support. I also thank my running mate, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe, and his wife Alma for their strong support in this campaign. I am eternally grateful to our revered traditional rulers, religious leaders, and the generality of Ghanaians for their support. I thank former President Kufuor, the Council of Elders, executives, and the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party for their solid support. To all Ghanaians who voted for me and the MPP to implement our proposed bold solutions, I thank you for the confidence you reposed in us. To all Ghanaians who didn't vote for me and the MPP in this particular election, I thank you for considering my proposals, even though you exercised your right to choose by settling on the eventual winner. Let me also thank the Electoral Commission for overseeing yet another transparent and fair election in Ghana. I also thank the security services for their role in maintaining the peace. My thanks also goes to the media for their excellent reportage. Ghana has won. Thank you very much, and may God bless you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.